You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning, good Saturday morning to you. Welcome to the state of Wisconsin for Championship Saturday. The St. Croix Bassmaster Opens presented by 7 on the Mississippi River, the upper Mississippi. Let's take you down to La Crosse, Wisconsin here. 3 pools of this system that starts up in the Twin Cities and goes all the way down to St. Louis. These pools each have a different character. They've got one thing in common. They all have plenty of bass, so we got a good day ahead of us today. That's our takeoff there at Veterans Freedom Park there in Wisconsin, in La Crosse, Wisconsin, this historical city. So much Bassmaster history there, and we can't wait to get another one started, another one put in the record books today. We're down to 10 anglers from the original 210 pros who started out here, a lot of them in the EQs, the elite qualifying system here. So that story is working today. So many great stories. The takeoff, that's some scenes from takeoff a little bit earlier today, those 10 boats and a lot of anxious guys. It's our season of 9 events for the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. We're starting to see the end of it. Ronnie Moore, we got a special guest today. I'm going to roll him out. It's a mystery guest here. We are very lucky to have him. You're going to meet him in just a second here. But Ronnie, a lot of stories working today.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. We have one more event after this. 3 maximum days left in the season. So if you took some risk and looked for the reward this week, you could have got burned. But there are quite a few anglers still in the race with one event left.
Tournament's been going pretty good so far. Day 1 had 19 pounds, catching a mixed bag of smallmouth and largemouth. Starting out in the mornings throwing topwater. Yesterday there was a lot of eelgrass floating on top of the water, so that kind of prevented that and had to slow down and throw a Texas rig. But hopefully we'll get down there, we'll have the spot to ourselves, and we'll catch some on topwater in the morning. And then once they slow down, we'll drag that Texas rig a little bit, and then we'll do a little bit of frogging after that. And
slipped into the top 10 at 10th place here at Mississippi River, and man, I'm fired up. This has been a lot of fun this week. I've caught a ton of fish, smallmouth and largemouth. It's just, this river is just incredible. And when I weighed in yesterday, I thought I was going to miss the top 10, and I was kind of bummed, not because, you know, I could win or not win, but the conditions today are absolutely perfect for fishing this river, and I was going to be pretty bummed if I get to miss out on this. So I'm excited. I'm ready to go fishing. We're going to go catch a bunch. I think we're a little less than 2 pounds back, and you know, and here that's doable. I've caught some big fish. I caught a 4.5, one of the bigger bass of the day yesterday. If I get a couple of those bites, we can make a run of this thing. So we're going to go work our hardest, take some chances. We're not falling any farther today, and we're going to go give it all we got.
I feel pretty good. It's actually the most excited I've been all year, probably. I'm really looking forward to see what I figured out yesterday, see if it still works today, because it was a lot of fun and caught some really big smallmouth. So we'll go see what happens.
What's your game plan first thing in the morning?
I think I'm just going to run all new water.
Gigantic river. I mean, that's just the Mississippi River. The only difference is we got some locks and we got a lot more backwaters to fish compared to, you know, a normal smaller river system. And really it's like the fish set up exactly the same anywhere else in another river, and the only difference from this river system to all the ones that I grew up fishing was there's a lot more grass in this one, and pretty much there's no difference in trying to find them. They all set up in the same places. You just gotta, you know, put your trolling motor down to find them.
The strategy is get a limit early and then try to call up from there. If they're good fish and maybe we don't have to call, we can come back early.
We're just going to go fish and have fun. Kind of ruined my own plans. Planned on going to the Alabama-Wisconsin game, but I guess this is better. But we had a lot of fun this week, caught a lot of fish, so anything else is just a bonus today. Not going to make the elites next year. We're too far out in points to do that, and we've already won one, so we're going to the Classic. So anything today is just gravy. Try to make a little extra money, and hopefully we can get lucky. If we can catch 18, 19 pounds, who knows? I mean, the lock is hurting a lot of people, so I'm not sure how many people are actually locking. You just never know. I mean, this place is full of 3 and 4 pounders. If we go out and catch 18, 19, we actually have a shot. Weights are stacked. So the goal today, I mean, just swing for it and try to win another blue trophy.
All right, hey, 4 minutes until blast off. I feel great. Hey, it's Championship Saturday. We're here in the Crosse. I love this river, Mississippi River. You know, this river really reminds me of fishing back at home now. I live in Idaho on the Snake River, really similar, but we're going to fish in the Black River today. So kind of all this, what you see right here is where we're going to be fishing, and that really sets up more like a lake. You know, there's not as much current. There's a lot of docks, a lot of fish that get caught, get brought back to the Crosse, and they're dumped right here and they go back to their home. So we're going to be fishing for those fish today. Hopefully we catch them, but the good news is we're 1 pound off the lead. So we're in 6th place. Anything can happen today. We're excited. I'm positive. Let's go out there and catch them and see what happens. A big bag today is going to win this tournament for whoever's in the top 10.
It's a little surreal. You know, practice was okay. Got a lot of bites, but I was seeing 12 or 13 pounds and had a couple of better fish show up on day one. Then yesterday caught 2 big ones that I hadn't seen in pre-practice days, practice days, or tournament day on this water. So, you know, to be fishing Championship Saturday this late in the year is a blessing. And we're going to go do what we've been doing. Probably going to have to run some new water because I definitely burnt one area yesterday. We're going to see what happens. Weather's going to be different. We're going to get some rain today that is different than anything in practice. It's different than anything in pre-practice. So it's going to make those fish set up a little bit different. We are going to go throw a frog all day. So anybody that likes action shots, we're going to try to give that to you.
Yeah, so far it's been a pretty good tournament. We get to idle out first today, which is pretty special, and you get that nice smooth boat ride all the way out to your spot. Hopefully no one passes me. But yeah, it's been a good tournament. Obviously, we're here at day 3, and it really would mean a lot to win this thing. Obviously, there's a classic on the line, and you know, it'd be a real big tournament win. So, you know, we're going to go out and do everything we can to try and win this, and you know, hopefully, you know, when it's your time, it's your time. So we're just going to fish as hard as we can, and we'll see where it goes.
This is Danny McGeary, 5th place. Coming to you from the state.
Well, there they are, our top 10 anglers who are out there. We heard from all of them. I think we rarely ever get to do that. Congratulations to all of them, and good luck to all of them, because now I'm going to introduce our special guest. Brian Schmidt is here, who won the last lead event here in 2022. And Brian, they're less than 2 pounds apart. Any of them could be the winner at the end of it all today.
Unbelievable. So first off, thanks for having me, guys. This is a really cool place. I'm so excited to watch this. And like you said, it was cool to see all top 10 because they all really have a chance to win this event.
Yeah. Hats off to them. They all deserve to be here today, too. They worked very hard. Anytime you get to the top 10 in one of these open fields, that's hard stuff to do.
They're all bidding for some points. They're all bidding to win this event. There's a classic spot on the line. A lot of pressure. That's a lot of boats. Ever-changing river, a lot of issues with locks. There's a lot of issues with breakdowns, all sorts of stuff. So, like you said, these guys in the top 10, they've earned it.
A lot of moving parts. You put it right there, including the locks there, but the payoff is this place is full of fish. They're going to catch them all day long.
It is. It's absolutely full of fish. I love going up north, especially this river right here. It has a ton of fish, smallmouth, largemouth, everywhere you look. It looks good. It's got them.
Pools 7, 8, and 9. These pools approximately 20 miles long. We're out to Josh Butler, Alabama, right now.
Maybe number 1. A little loud here.
Brian Schmidt, we talked about the 10 anglers fishing today, and 2 of them have the ability to help out the Elite Series field, like Jonathan Kelly waiting to get into the Classic. Josh Butler's one of those. He's already won an Open, trying to double down this year. Like you said, you only have only so far to fall, so he's got nothing to lose today, having fun out there.
Yeah, I'm sure Jonathan's going to watch all day long, as I did heading home from the St. Lawrence River this year. You know, you got a guy like Cody Meyer here. I looked at the points. Cody's probably doesn't even need to catch a fish at the last event. He's made the elites. He has no pressure today. You know, Cody has a really cool opportunity. And then somebody like you said, Josh, He has no pressure. You know, that anybody in this top 10 could roll into some fresh fish due to current change, weather change. This river's always changing. There's fish always, you know, adjusting to the current. And both times I've been this, he's hooked up again. He might have stopped on some fish here.
It's a decent one. On a square bill. Hook in the seat. Hooks be sticky. That's the first one I've caught on a crankbait all week. That one is not an awful one. All right. It's probably gonna be 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Wet. Almost 2 3/4. It's a good one.
That is a good fish.
From 8th place, he's now
If
leading.
that's our smallest with a couple of 4s, we'll be okay.
We heard Josh Butler say, I can't make it to the Classic this year, but point situation is such that I can't. But you pointed out, Brian, early before we started today, there's still an important thing on the line here, right?
There is. There's a Classic bid on the line here, you know, for a lot of these guys. So, you know, some guys are going to take some gambles today, and it's going to probably end up costing some guys, but maybe one of the guys that does take a gamble pays off. You know, and there's other guys, they have nothing to lose, man. Nothing at all.
Normally it's hard, Brian. When you're 10th place going into the final day, you're like, I hope everybody slips. Garrett Paquette, who we're heading down to now in Pool 8, a little bit lower, started the day 10th place, less than 2 pounds behind. That's how tight these weights are on the Mississippi River.
Oh, it's just incredible.
It won't be over, I think, today till the very, very end. But is a 2 pound lead really like a 6 pound lead, you know, based on the size of fish, you know.
Sure. At times of the year as well.
Yep.
Sometimes 15 pounds is great, Tommy, but it took over 16 plus to make the cut today per day.
I think that surprised a lot of people.
16 to 17 pounds to make the cut, and Garrett's hooked up, you can see.
Garrett Paquette's been 3 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series trying to fish his way back in. He made a lot of progress toward that goal this week.
Yeah, yes, sir. Points look good right now.
Jump from 18th to 12th. Our top 9 after the 9 events move on to the Elites next season.
Would he have a chance going into the last one?
I think he's going to need a little bit of help, but he is there. With 200 plus boats, there's a lot more points fluctuation than maybe in an elite event where there's only 100 anglers and you can only move so much. So he will have a shot, another top 10 there, and he will definitely be at the door knocking. And that's going to be another one where a pound could be 15 to 20 spots at Hartwell.
No doubt. Matt Adams, what a great season he has had. All you need to say is 3 top 10s. That's like
what a roller coaster for him, Tommy. It's every other event.
Not all great.
Yeah, that's crazy.
3 top 10s.
Well, he had a roller coaster in this event.
That's a big one. Stay on there, baby. Stay down. It's not as big as I thought he was. That's not nearly as big as I thought he was, but it'll start. God, big old head on him though.
We've seen 3 guys, 3 different techniques.
We like that.
I thought he was bigger than that. Oh, I thought he was bigger than that. 2 pounds. But that's a quick start for sure. Only took me 5 pounds.
47th after day 1, climbed up 40 spots and got himself tied for the last spot to get to the Elite Series. He's tied with Bo Browning with
2-pounder,
1,285 points.
That's going to be that's the real race.
And he's got the tiebreaker by about 12 pounds,
Skinny
and they do it by
release
full field weight.
Oh, okay.
So Matt Adams is probably clear of Bo Browning in that aspect. If he loses to Bo by 12 pounds at Hartwell, they're not going to be tied anyways, points-wise. So he'll have that tiebreaker going into the last one.
Well, most of our anglers said that the morning is the good fish catching time, and I'm glad we're going to be with you here on FS1 for the better part of 3 hours coming up here. Josh Butler of Alabama, the man on top. Chris Beaudrie from Kentucky, Matt Adams, also from Alabama, Chris Hellebuck of Michigan, another Michigander, Garrett Paquette, rounding out our top 5 here and just getting started here on Championship Saturday. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open, stop number 8 for the season. Plenty more when we come back to Wisconsin.
Hey folks, Chris Beaudrie here. We are at La Crosse, Wisconsin on the upper Mississippi for the Bassmaster Open. This is my first time here. I live 10 hours away, and when you come to a place you've never been before, biggest thing is trying to do as much homework as you can at home and watch as many videos as you can online before you come. The upper Mississippi doesn't really compare to like lakes at home. Somewhat similar patterns that I'm running to my home lake or Kentucky Lake, but if I was going to relate it to my experience, like the James River, the Chesapeake Bay, kind of reminds me of those, and I've done well on both of those bodies of water as well. So fishing a lot of matted vegetation. The key this week for me, though, was to keep the boat in about 4 to 5 foot of water. Bounced around and tried a lot of different things this week, but that's been working all week. I kind of got on that pattern the first day of practice and rode with it. So hopefully some of my fish reload, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Little tackle warehouse dock talk for you there with Chris Beaudrie, our day 1 leader with 19 pounds on day number 1. Now, this is a great fishery, but it's not known for giants. I mean, 19 pounds here is seismic.
Oh, I see where he's at. So that is an incredible bag for that fishery. And I really, now that I'm seeing this, I really like where he's at. So I think he was saying he had a little company yesterday, and maybe today he doesn't.
Yeah.
That could free him up. Or he's already got one.
God dang.
That looks like a big one.
I'm going to flip it right there, dude. Yes!
Wow. That's how you get to 19 pounds, for sure. It's amazing watching this, seeing what he's catching and where he's at, what he's using. It's giving me flashbacks of my final day there last time.
The only thing he didn't have that you had that fun, you had some sunshine come out, and you said that really kicked it up into the next level.
It really did. For some reason, it just charged the fish up in that area. I don't understand why, but it sure did. It was like a whole new group of fish showed up.
We got one of the right ones. Now we just need 4 more bites. We got all day to do it, but that 4-pounder that quick, that's a good sign.
Wow.
We got a little bit of rain this morning. I'm not sure what that's going to do to them. We haven't fished in the rain all week, and this is my first time here, but hopefully it makes them bite better.
He must be pretty good, you know, grass and stuff. I fished a Bassmaster Open on the Chesapeake a couple years ago, and he was leading it there, and he was in the heavy grass. So
it's just a vixen walking
he's
bait
definitely
and bone
comfortable
killer.
doing what he's doing.
Good friend of mine, Kyle Metzger, taught me about this bait years ago. We've had a lot of fun with it since.
Chris has weighed 8 largemouth so far this week, 2 smallmouth out of his 10 fish over the first 2 days. So he's had 1 smallmouth each day that helped him. But on day 1, he said he had 15, 16-pound bag of smallmouth that he didn't weigh in because he had 19 pounds of largemouth. So he said, you know, that would be a bonus today if I could catch some big smallmouth that I don't need.
Here's your leader to start the day, Chris Hellebuck. One of 2 Michigan anglers in our top 10 today.
Wow.
I don't know how big that is. Gotta start somewhere. Come here. Got it and got it.
It's quality fish there. Everything these guys are catching is pretty big. I mean, I guess, you know, showing these weights they've been catching, obviously they're catching some good ones. I'm actually really surprised with the amount it took to make this cut, and some, you know, the amount of 18-pound bags, like.
And to think that Chris Hellebuck, Tommy, Brian, has been leading after 2 days with all smallmouth. 10 smallmouth over the first 2 days he's led with. I don't know if I remember a Mississippi River where it's all smallmouth. It's the smallmouth are the bonus, but if that's the game plan, then that could be a good deal for Chris. He's obviously going to have a couple 4s today show up.
One feels decent. What do I got? Got a smallmouth hooked in the top of the head, largemouth hooked in the top of the head, little guy.
Yeah, Ronnie, the smallmouth. So I fished an event here in May, you know, more a spawn event, and the smallmouth really show out. I mean, they really do. There's some 20-pound bags at least to be caught of them, and then it's like you see these summer events, and you know they're still here, but they never do. We just don't figure out where they are. So maybe he did, you know, and maybe he's going to catch a really big bag of smallmouth today and pull it out. But it's interesting because I've always wondered what really happens to them once they get done with the spawn.
In the game, just catch a bunch of fish and hope you run into a.
Because it's different. Normally you may, I fish shallow for largemouth, deep for smallmouth, but these fish all live in less than 5 feet of water, so it's why are they here, why are they there, is it current flow, what is it? Cody Meyer in the Black River hooked up.
Number 1. Gosh, man, I thought it was going to be bigger than that, biting the swim bait, but we'll take it. They're going to have to grow, though, for sure. But I feel like that's the right thing to do to try to catch a big one, and we get one that's weighs less than 2 pounds. So that's all right, though. We're on the board.
Talking about where you're fishing, how you're fishing.
Yeah, so we're really close to the launch ramp. We're in the Black River, so it's literally takeoff is right down there. And you know, this is just a spot where, for me, I got a lot of confidence in. It's more like a lake than it is a river, right? So you come to the Mississippi River, you have all that beautiful scenery, the cool grass fishing, current, stuff like that. And I love doing that. But for me, the last couple of years that I've been here to the Black, I've done really well, or the Mississippi River, I've done really well just staying here in the Black River, fishing around. And the reason it's so good, there's a lot of bait, but there's also just a ton of release fish, right? All the tournaments go out of the Crosse right here. They all get brought back, dumped here in the Black River, and they kind of just stay here. And just a really good spot to always catch some fish. And you can catch some big ones too, because a lot of big ones are brought back. So hopefully we can make it work. You know, we've weighed in all of our fish this week except one out of the Black River. We're gonna stay here all day and hopefully start getting them, but they're gonna have to grow bigger than that for sure.
Cody Myers sort of pulling back the curtain for us a little bit. And my suspicion, Brian, is that that's the case as for release fish more often than we think.
Oh yeah, for sure. That he's got them coming to him by the minute, and you know, some of the fish that was probably caught earlier this week, you know, might start biting today, or the current positions them.
Just on that one little catch.
You know,
right
Cody,
there.
I've known for a long time. He's a specialist at finesse fishing. You know, he really is. Over the years on the different circuit we used to fish, he's so consistent, one of the best at it. But man, when he gets on a river, it's surprising. Like he comes to the Potomac and here to Mississippi River, he's actually really, really good at shallow.
I was surprised to hear him say it reminds him of fishing back. Where in Idaho does it look like this?
I know, but somewhere it does, because I'm telling you,
obviously.
I've seen him do it on the Potomac. He's heck of a river fisherman for sure. Is he hooked up?
Looks like Butler's found a
it
cast where you can catch multiple fish in a row, and he is doing that. He's most definitely had the best start of anyone.
Which is good. I don't want him to jump in. I mean, this is
I think he's had a few fish hooked funny, and so if this one has any kind of weight behind it, it'll be a little bit more ginger with that, not to.
He's definitely taking his time on this one.
skinny. Thought it was really big. Oh, bait came out right there. Thought that was like a 3.
First to a limit.
That'll be our 5th one.
He's already got a classic
Another release
qualification.
fish.
So.
Yeah, he's Logan Martin, right?
He was a part of our local yokel deal, Tommy, where the first 4 opens of the year were won by local anglers, and then last couple events not the case. Easton Fothergill brings it back. Look at the rainbow.
Double rainbow.
Look at the
How about
double
that?
rainbow.
How about that? I don't know if that's a sign, but
I'm going over there. If there's
at.
water under there, you better head that way.
Josh Butler, that one right there. First to a limit, puts him on top of our leaderboard as it stands right now. Chris Beaudrie, Garrett Paquette having a quick start on his day, and there's our leader to start the day, Chris Hellebuck, holding up there in 4th. It's early yet, plenty of fish catching yet to come on Championship Saturday. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open on the Mississippi River, presented by 7, sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha. 3 pools on the upper Mississippi. You can see this incredible place. Ponds, sloughs, canals, little lakes, big lakes, main river stuff, current, bluff walls, riprap. Man, they've got everything here, Brian Schmidt. You can catch them any way you want to.
They really do. It would take you a lifetime to really learn every inch of this place. You could get stuck anywhere you look out here. And, you know, that's what's so cool about it is you'll probably never know it all. And it's always changing too. So even I think if you figured it all out, it could change from a flood or, you know, a drought situation. So that's always intriguing too.
Garrett Paquette trying to fish his way back onto the Elite Series via the Tackle Warehouse EQs. Elite qualifier system. Fish all 9 tournaments. Long season for these guys in the EQ protocol.
I think he's little. fish are so strong here, dude.
Just shows you what a cool place this is. Everybody's doing something just a little different.
I think this might be a saltwater fish. I'm not sure.
Well, that'd be the story of the day.
Did he say saltwater fish?
They got a long way to swim from the side. I know there's a lot of water that just hit the Gulf. They'd have to push some water.
It'd be a push, wouldn't it? Yeah. Have to surf up here.
Couple locks.
Not bad, actually. Three-pounder. That'll work.
Good keeper there for Paquette. Great to have you with us this morning. Good Saturday morning to you. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. We got the regular crew here, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon, myself, Tommy Sanders, and our special guest, fifth-year Elite Series angler. I think 13 top 10s in that short period of time. That's pretty impressive. Former winner here on the Upper Mississippi. Brian Schmidt, I bet it's fun to come back and watch. I know you'd probably rather be out there fishing, though.
This is a really, really cool experience, man. I'm honored to be here, and just watching this, where they're fishing, it's just so intriguing to me. I hopefully I give my little bit of input today, but I'm learning as I go.
Oh, it's great. It's great having you with us. I remember when we covered you 2 years ago, you were, it was the end of the season. It was the last tournament of the season for the elites, and you said, I got to go home. My kid's got a birthday party. So if I didn't have that, I'd stay here and fish. Not too many guys say that to the last event of the season.
It's so fun there. It really is. And you're seeing it now. I mean, you could catch smallmouth, largemouth, same exact places, doing so many different things, and you're never going to run out of fish. That's the really cool thing. The weather's always pretty good. I really love it. I'm super excited it's on the schedule for this year. You know, can't wait to get back up there. I actually told a lot of people back home that I never wanted to go back. I've been there a couple times and had success a couple times. And I said, I don't want to
tempt fate.
I don't want to mess up the streak at all, but we're going to give it all we can here next year, and super excited to watch this play out today.
Yeah. Great to have this guy here running.
100%. This is one of the coolest bodies of water we could ever have for a Bassmaster Open, Bassmaster Elite Series event. But you have a flair for the dramatic, Brian. The wins that you have at Champlain, the tidal rivers on the East Coast, like the Potomac and things like that, and the Mississippi River, the tightest tournaments we'll have all season, and normally they're at the end of the year. I think in that 2022 victory you had, you were outside the Classic. This was a winning in, and you obviously got in via points. So you like a flair for the dramatic. Maybe we'll see some dramatics today with the whole top 10 less than 2 pounds.
Yes, I believe you're right. You're definitely going to see something happen today. You know, it's so tight here, and obviously there's a lot of 18-pound bags being caught, so any of these guys could have like an 18, 19-pound bag, and the guy up in first doesn't even really have to have a bad day, just 16,
yeah,
and it's done. So it's going to be pretty interesting till the end here today, for sure.
A fun day for sure. Such, we got so many great races. The big race to me is the one for 9th place in the EQs, and that couldn't be closer than what it is.
Well, yeah, Matt Adams jumped up 40 points yesterday to tie Bo Browning in our 9th and 10th spots in the points. I figured it out. You need 1445 to be in that 9th place. They need to make like top 40 next week. But the guy right behind him, Bobby Bakewell, he jumped up yesterday too. But he's 68 points back of them. So he, you know, the guys who are 7th and 8th and 9th are going to have to really bomb next week. And any of those guys, Bobby Bakewell, Garrett Paquette, Jack York, Ish Monroe, they're really going to have a good tournament to get in there.
Yeah, getting close to the end. It's closer than ever. So, man, it'd be a good one to watch. We got 2 elite wins right here in the form of Mr. Brian Schmidt. Let's take a look at some. One of them, of course, as we mentioned, was right here 2022 on the Upper Mississippi. The other one was on Lake Champlain.
Yeah, 2 really special places. I really enjoy seeing those on the schedule when they come out. I don't know. It's been a really cool, fun event. You know, really cool time for me on the Elite Series. And
it seems like a recipe for you is whether it's a river or a lake. If there's grass present, you're going to do well. And then both species. It's sometimes guys are known as largemouth anglers, some are known as smallmouth, but both of your elite wins, Champlain and Mississippi River, you double dipped with both species and needed them.
Yeah, I don't understand what's behind that, but it seems to work out when you have both species. I enjoy it for sure.
Well, let's take a look at those Tackle Warehouse EQ standings right now. There's a great race. You can see Bo Browning and Matt Adams there at the bottom. 9th place, the critical spot, top 9 only. Get to qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series next year. And that one could not be tighter. Watch this because Matt Adams in our top 10 today. So stick with us and stay on top of that. Easton Fothergill still the man, although Cody Meyer has chipped away just a tiny bit, and he can gain, 5 more points today?
Yeah, he definitely can, and he talked about that. You know, like he didn't want to risk it this week. You get locked out, ruins your whole entire season. He played it somewhat safe, and it has a classic berth possibly on the line for him today. But Tommy, I'd say we know our stuff. We're pretty good on picking 4 or 5 out of the 9 so far, knowing that Fothergill, Meyer, Ebear, guys like that, we're going to do well. Tucker Smith also in that run. Emil Wagner. A lot of these anglers are getting revealed to the world, but we saw that recipe early in the season, and we're like, these guys, if they can keep it down south during the spawn in their windshield, then they'll be A-okay.
Good point. Great point.
Yeah, the Fothergill-Meyer race will go down to Hartwell. They're 28 points difference for our Dakota Lithium $10,000 Angler of the Year title.
I've seen a lot of great races at Hartwell. I expect this one's going to be a good one, too. Cody Stahl of Georgia.
She'll keep.
He was amped up a little bit this morning.
Oh,
you can tell.
First top 10. He's won on the co-angler level. He fished through the college series as well. He's a high school All-American. He has done every single level.
Wow.
And he's been in the front of the boat. His dad's one of the best co-anglers on the Bassmaster Opens. And Cody is, after a terrible event at Okeechobee to start the season, he's gotten better every single, and he's probably going to fall just a little short of the elites, but boy, he learned a whole bunch and really proved himself during, events 2 through 6, maybe one more slip up in there, but getting his first top 10 is a big deal for him this week.
He's standing 21st in our EQ points out of 152 guys, so that's not bad.
Yeah, and Such, you talked about the winning prize for Angler of the Year for the Opens. I think it's even more than what last year was 10,000. I think it's 45. It is your entry fees for the Elite Series for winning the points race this year.
Wow.
So those rookies get to come in and feel like a little bit more comfortable than maybe I spent all my money to get here. Hopefully I make some money on the Elites against Brian Schmidt, but at least they'll feel like, hey, I'm,
So there's going to be some tension on the last one trying to get that.
Will there ever?
You might have the elite bid already locked up at the AOI.
Oh, no doubt.
The amount of fish that's probably been caught off that bridge is.
Oh man.
Biggin'.
Wow. Softest of bites.
You barely got it.
It did look like a big one.
It's a good one. Well, I thought he was big. Skinny as a rail. God, where's the fat ones at? Release fish, you can see the hole in his mouth. I mean, that's a 3.5 pound body for this place. Probably weighs 2.5.
And he was saying this morning that he was going to go to a football game, I think, if he didn't make the cut. So he's like, I guess this is pretty good. He seems to be having a pretty fun day.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad outcome.
It's interesting. Now we don't have too many locals. Obviously, John Engler is the only one who's really probably a Mississippi River rat, but Josh Butler, Coosa River, same with Matt Adams, and then you've got Cody Stahl and those Georgia rivers right around there. A lot of guys mentioned river success and knowing how fish position, even with the slightest current, has helped them this week, no doubt about it.
We will certainly delve into that a lot more with our special guest this morning. Right now, that's the way it stands with Josh Butler. What a great start for him today. Chris Beaudrie, Garrett Paquette, Chris Hellebuck to start the day with the lead. And Cody Stahl moving up there into 5th place. We've got plenty more to come from this 8th of 9 stops on the Opens. Start Saturday strong with Big Noon Saturday. Jalen Milroe and 4th-ranked Alabama taking on Wisconsin. A huge SEC Big Ten clash today at noon Eastern, only on Fox. Oh man, sports are kicking into high gear at this point. Boy, they've been in high gear all season long here on the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, presented by 7. Our open coverage brought to you by Minn Kota on this day. Beautiful place, get some terrific pictures and some great fish catching. That's no surprise to anyone. They always catch them great here, it seems like. No matter what the conditions, it's certainly not the same as it was the last time we were here, say, with the elites, but these guys are good. They figure out something that works. Certainly the case with this young man right here, Garrett Paquette, former Elite Series angler, in our top 5 right now.
You could see when we saw his Humminbird 360 for the first couple catches of the day, Brian, how just a little bit of a clear spot right on some grass, and you may not know what it looks like, but those little areas can hold 5, 10, 15 fish over and over and over again.
I just saw this fish jump. It looked really, really big. Looked like a St. Lawrence smallmouth. But yeah, Ronnie, it's crazy how these fish will get so tight and so schooled up here.
Another decent one.
On
huge,
something just a little different, you know.
We'll take him if we can get
little
him.
current break or whatever. And his 360, the image, it looked really, really good what he was fishing. It really did look like a pretty good fish.
Yeah.
And he could gain 10 points today.
And that is huge for him.
That would be huge.
Yeah, if you could go from 10th to get a trophy in the top 3, he would be.
In this current, you want to chase your smallmouth. We do it a lot back home. You want to get in the troll motor and go after them. Because our spot's so shallow here, it's better just to stay spot locked so we don't, have the troll motors on burning it up. But it makes the fight a little harder. Yeah, right at 3 pounds.
He's on pace for another just a 15 and a half, 16-pound bag of smallmouth.
3 4s where
you get 4 or 5 3-pounders in there, and then you catch a big one. It's it changes everything. He's around some pretty good fish here.
Now here's the X factor, Tommy.
Yeah. Just down the road in Iowa. They fish the Mississippi River for bass in Iowa.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Yeah. John Engler.
Probably is the best body of water in Iowa. No shame to the rest of the state, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's not that.
All right, you can deal with we'll let you deal with the Iowa people responding to that.
Last time we had the Opens here in 2019, John finished 6th place, and that's his only other Open he's ever fished.
Number 1.
So it looked like he might be in a different pool on the map there. So he hasn't experienced the trauma of the locks, I guess.
Yeah. He's trying to get closer to home if he's going.
Oh, man.
At 56, he's the oldest of our top 10, about 15 years. Matt Adams and Cody Meyer, both 41.
And only fishing for the $47,000, $48,000 first place prize today. No classic berth on the line, but hey, when you're standing on top of the other Mississippi River rats and you're the one who's risen to the top, it's all gravy.
That's its
from
own
here,
reward,
isn't
it?
Yes, that's hard to do. And there's some names just missed out on the top 10, you know, in 15th, 18th, 20th, things like that, that you're like, man, everyone's happy they didn't make the top 10.
Surprised about that a little bit, some of the locals.
We had 215 entries, I believe, 34 from Wisconsin or Minnesota and 25 from Wisconsin. That's more than a fourth of the field from those two states.
And I think John's the only person not thinking about deer hunting in Iowa who decided to jump in, so that helps him out.
Ooh. This Hellebuck, your leader to start the day.
Jesus. Oh, this is going to be terrifying.
We got another camera in a boat very close to him, obviously.
It looked like it was Garrett.
Oh, okay.
Really, really
Garrett
close.
Yeah.
It makes sense. They're both catching smallmouth, and that's what Hellebuck's weighed in all 3 days so far is just nothing but smallmouth.
So that shows you what's living there. I mean, there's between those two guys, they're around some really big smallmouth. One of these guys could easily have a big bag today if they've been there for 2 days straight and still catching them. There's a lot of them there.
Well, you said that was kind of the X factors. Where they're smallmouth this time of year after the spawn. Maybe they've cracked the code a little bit.
They have, for sure. Wow, they're close.
Oh, God, I feel that grass. Come on.
2 Michigan anglers as well.
Okay, I got you.
They may know each other a little bit, some St. Clair, good or bad history, who knows?
Hellebuck was 16-3 on day 1, backed it up with 18-3 on day 2.
This looks like a pretty good one. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. Outside there, that's weird.
I hate to say it, this is going to be a nail biter all day.
I think you're right.
And you may think, hey, maybe they've talked about it, but if you're Paquette and you're 10th place, why would you be right there? You're less than 2 pounds away.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right there.
You are part of the conversation.
Yeah, it's not a.
No matter where you start,
give way.
A lot more to bring you here. Chris Hellebuck there saying that fishing here reminds him of fishing the St. Clair River back in Michigan. We'll have to find out more about what that's all about, but it seems to be working.
Hey everyone, it's Chris Hellebuck. I just finished up day 2 here at the Mississippi River, which is stop number 8 on the Bassmaster Open schedule. I had a pretty good day out there and ended up weighing 18 pounds, 3 ounces of all smallmouth. What I've got here is it's a Booyah popper, and I don't know if there's anything special about the color. This is just what I've always thrown. This color's always worked well for me. I don't know what it is about this bait, but the situations where I use this, it just gets bigger bites, and it's so strange to me. The longer you can pause in between each pop of that bait, I swear the more bites you get. I'm fishing at about 2 to 3 feet of water, which is probably why that popper is, probably designed well for the depth there. But to me, the number one thing with this Booyah popper that I think makes such a huge difference is going to these Gamakatsu hooks. Typically, I might change hooks twice in a day. It's just I want those hooks to be as sharp as they can possibly be. And with that, I mean, it's a bait that I'm not super concerned with when I hook one. Certain baits, if I've got a drop shot, I'm nervous the whole time. But with this bait, it's I don't know why. It's just I'm confident when that fish hooks up that most of those fish are going to get in the boat.
With our leader to start today, Chris Hellebuyck. Why don't we just pop right on out to Chris right now, and he is hooked up.
Saw him right before the break, Tommy, catch one, and we've seen Garrett Paquette catch some. We talked about those fine lines, whether it's a seam in the current or right on the edge of a grass clump or maybe a hard spot, some shell possibly as well washed up there. Has these smallmouth congregated. He's weighed nothing but smallmouth, and it looks like another smallmouth on at least right now.
But he does keep. $1.74. 1.74.
Well, that's one he only wants for a temporary visit to the live well there. He wants to get something bigger than that to upgrade later on today. Let's get back out to Angler.
Substantially down in pool 9. Like,
Yes.
he didn't just go in pool 9, he went down in pool 9.
So he is almost to Iowa.
Yeah, he is actually probably in his home water.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd like to know if 9 is the longest pool out of 7, 8,
Yeah,
9.
that'd be.
I think it is.
It does seem like it.
64 miles total, they said, all three. And 8's not super long, you know that, but it's got a lot of good stuff in it. But
8 by far gets wider in places for sure.
Yeah. The bottom of 9 is, if you look at a map, it's pretty open. I feel like there's untouched fish in 9, but man, it seems like the barges gets so many guys that end up going to 9. That in the tournaments I've fished over the years, it
was an issue when the year you won, 22 for sure. I think we had, oh gosh, who was it?
Somebody had an issue with it for sure.
Yeah.
There's always something. I feel like if you had the same time to fish in 9 or 7 as you do in 8,
you could. You could make a difference, huh?
That's a good one. Get out of there.
Yeah, Keith Combs, I think, was kind of bumping
Yeah.
back and forth
Gerald
between
Swindle,
the two.
yeah.
And Swindle, right.
Not a big one at all, but he'll keep.
that's the thing. And you look at Keith, like in that event, if he would have had the same time to fish where he was in 9 that I had in 8, I think the tournament's a total different, And thankfully for me, I've sampled 7 and 9, but I've never seen a fish really show me that they're really loaded and really easy to catch for me to commit
Take
to
on
it.
all that risk. Yeah.
It's so much risk, man. It really is.
Just got ready.
Got word from our friend of our program. I thought he was going to be fishing today, just barely missed out. Cade Laufenberg said pool 9 is the longest of the 3.
Okay.
This
Thank you,
is
Cade.
his home deal, and always, I said it's always good when someone you call to get info about a body of water for programming. So give us how's Mississippi River fishing? When then they're on live one day, that'd be great. They could give us good insight.
So surprised he's not in this top 10 today.
Very. I wonder if he had any, maybe he had some issues with a lock or something, but I know he is definitely a very big talent.
Let's go.
Sure.
Wow.
Nice.
Josh is having a fun day for not going to the football game. He's no pressure, just catching them. They do look skinny where he's at, though.
That's the kind we need.
It's a big fish.
That is the kind we need.
Thought he had one earlier that was about 2 1/4, 2 1/2. It ended up being 2 3/4. His most recent one we saw him catch was 3 1/4 to 3 1/2.
3 1/2, I would say.
Yeah, if this is another 3 1/2, it's in the right direction.
366.
Wow. Yeah. 310.
That's a good one.
Get rid of a 2-0. Get him back in the lead.
Ooh. John Engler with another bite. That feels better. Maybe there's 2 on here. Yeah. Largemouth. Nope. I don't even know if he'll keep. Man, he felt good. From John Engler, way down there in pool number 9.
Those last 2 catches we just saw, Tommy, really have Jonathan Kelly sitting at home excited because those are the 2 guys. If they win today, it helps him out directly.
Yeah.
So he is in the Butler Engler fan club. I don't know if they've ever formed a group chat, but he is the president of that.
Who's after Jonathan?
Kyle Welcher.
Oh.
Oh. Cody Stahl here, Georgia.
Which it could happen too.
100%.
Hartwell.
I hope they both get in, man. They're 2 really good guys.
Yes, sir. I'll take them.
It's a nice one.
Carolina rig.
A little weight on him, doesn't he?
Yeah. That's not a 2 1/2.
I'd say it's more than 2.8.
I would say.
That's where the this is the body of water where "that's a nice fish" was coined by Brian Schmidt.
That's right.
Every single one of them was "that's
They
a
are.
nice
They're
fish."
nice.
all
They're just nice fish. They really are.
Got a couple of nice fish in the last 2 events here to get in the Classic. You came in the Northern Swing 54th in points and needing it, and you got it done, Brian. What was that like?
Very tense. Very tense. A lot of lost sleep. You know, it was so relieving when it finally did happen, to be honest. We put so much pressure on ourselves, and unfortunately this year I didn't catch them good enough to put me in a position where I went up north and didn't have to pull a miracle out. But we got it done. We're in the Classic, and you know, thank goodness we did go up north for the last 2. I'm very comfortable up there, and we got her done, man. So my goal this year is to not be in that situation going to this river. I want to have no pressure.
We're getting bid at least now.
Now it's a tie ball game, Tommy, in terms of Brian Schmidt in the Classic. You're the last man in or the first man in. Score is the same as we head there.
That's right. That's right. Beware the last man in. That's what they say. They say beware the guy's not feeling well and beware the last man in. Chris Beaudrie, the first man on top today, hanging in there. Josh Butler, Garrett Paquette, John Engler, Chris Hellebuck in our top 5 there. So we got plenty more coverage coming from this final day. Championship Saturday at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open on the Mississippi River, presented by 7. Welcome back to our live coverage of the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, presented by 7. This Mississippi River event at La Crosse and our live coverage, presented by Minn Kota. Grateful for that. Able to bring you some fantastic pictures. Beautiful place up here. Doesn't look much like the Mississippi River at St. Louis or Memphis. It's got the big bluffs and the very, very interesting landscape there, and just so many different areas. You can go out there and get lost. I mean, even more likely you can get stuck, right, Brian?
100%. So I saw on social media all this week, guys are getting stuck left and right, but man, it's full of vegetation and it's full of bass.
Go out to the man who started with the lead today after 2 days of fishing, Michigan's Chris Hellebuck.
I thought that was a bass. Right when I pulled it off that stump. Oh, it's a good one. Literally snapped it off that stump and that thing bit. Not a bad one.
That is the view from Garrett Paquette's boat. That gives you an idea of some tight quarters in this massive area.
It's definitely a school of fish right there.
Not a giant. You gotta start somewhere.
Should get probably bigger than that 170 earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Garrett stood on his tackle box, Brian, he could see what was on every single rod and over the gunnel of Chris's boat.
What, are you saying he's short? That's
no, I'm just saying that, you know, just a little, you got to get a little bit of leverage, a little bit of, he's not Brian Schmidt over there.
2.47.
They are close, but it seems like everybody's in a good mood.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's a friendly.
It's definitely friendly fire right here.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they know each other or, you know, hey, they already talked it out, you know, but nobody seems too upset here. They're definitely both catching plenty of fish. I don't know if they both have been there all week side by side, but if they have, there is a pile of fish right here.
They just sit around those stumps or something like that. Little stump field.
Wow.
I have no idea how big he is. God, they go crazy.
Look like he might be hooked outside the face. Good fish.
Mm-hmm.
So when we were here last, when I went up winning for 3 days, I would just run to this one spot and catch a limit of smallmouth. And that size fish right there would be a really big one for that spot. They're all smallmouth. Same thing in practice, they're all smallmouth. When I found it, I said, hey, this is a safety spot.
Yeah.
It's gonna save me from really having a bad event. And every day I would have to use it. Well, the third day I went there and I caught a pile of smallmouth, 10, 11 pound limit, and I caught one nice largemouth. Just took note of that, you know. Well, the fourth day.
2.60.
The fourth day, they all turned to largemouth.
Wow.
It's the craziest thing.
It was mid-morning. I remember watching that. That was like, happened fast, really.
And the current or whatever, it made it happen. So I don't know, maybe something like this could happen right there where Garrett and Chris are at.
It was incredible that 22 event, how many anglers were utilizing kind of one cast places out there. It was very specific. It wasn't a random thing at all.
Very much so. You could be off by 5 feet and never know. So
it's a keeper, but only about 1.5 pounds. Definitely not what we just lost there. But you know what? Number 2, you never know. We're just getting started. Like I say, we're literally right above the takeoff. These are all fish that were probably maybe caught this week, and they're coming back. This is a Black River. So we're just going to slow and steady start chipping away at them and hopefully keep catching them. You know, just catch one here or there, and we just need the right ones today. Put that in the small side, but just need some big ones. 5 4-pounders is the goal. We got nothing to lose. Awesome tournament so far. You know, for me, I just needed good points, and we got that. So, heck, we're here. Let's see if we can find the right ones today.
Great season. Only one missed cut for Cody Meyer, which is that's strong in this format and these numbers of good anglers that you're dealing with.
And we talk about cuts on the Elite Series. When we're referencing a cut, we're talking about being 50th or better out of 100.
Right.
When we talk about a cut in the Opens, it's 45th or better out of 215, 225. So
that's different.
Cody's always been super consistent. Always. He's going to be really, really good on Elite Series.
He's not going to be your typical rookie. He's got 20 years experience at the top level. That's for
Cody is ready.
Yeah.
I think fortunately for the other rookies, he won't probably qualify for that because he's made too much money. He's done too well in his life. So he'll be, the other guys will be thank the Lord.
Yeah.
He's taking his time here.
They go so crazy, it's impossible to tell. I have no idea. Not a bad one.
Not a bad one at all.
That's not a bad one.
No. I'd like to see what he
Yeah,
calls
that's
this.
not too bad. .4.
Almost a 3.5 pounder.
He's got another one already about that size, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3.5 on Bass Track. And if he's digital and they're putting it in his ounces.
Number 3, which is green.
I did get confirmation from Chris Hellebuck's cameraman, David Pennington, that it is cordial and they are talking. So I said, cordial or tense? And he said cordial. Everything's good.
Paquette had the biggest bag at 12-13 from that spot. Hellebuck just took it over with 13-15, almost 14 pounds.
Oh, he's already got 14?
Yeah, this is about 14 with that fish.
That's a good start for the leader for sure.
Mm-hmm. And Chris Beaudrie doesn't know this, but the other Chris, Hellebuck, the leader, only 2 ounces ahead of him, sharing water with Garrett Paquette. If Beaudrie knew that, he would be even more stoked. He's getting topwater bites and he's fishing alone.
Should help. A little bit, maybe.
Yeah, he's leading the tournament and he's fishing next to another guy, almost side by side. I don't know, like I said, if they've been there all week together, but imagine if he had it to himself. I would say there's a mess of fish right there.
Chris Beaudrie in a good spot as well. He is hanging in there. 3rd place as it stands right now. Chris Beaudrie, who says, I don't know the lay of the land here. I know how to catch him, but I'm finding places that I can safely get in and out and do it quickly, and that's been part of the key to his performance this week.
I'll tell you guys some more about what Beaudrie said on the phone last night about that very thing, Tommy.
All right, we got that coming up and much, much more. Don't go away. Tomorrow, week 2 of the NFL kicks off on Fox's. Derek Carr leads the Saints against Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. Or the Rams battle Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. Check for the game in your area only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Ronnie Moore will be moving heaven and earth to get the Cardinals game.
Oh, yeah,
So,
exactly.
I
I got all the
give
bunny
you that.
ears. I've got bunny ears connected to other bunny
Yeah,
ears.
yeah. I hope it works.
How about Derek Carr? Looked like old Derek Carr. Did not look like the most recent Carr. He was on fire,
strong.
talking some junk to the defense. I love it.
Found a home there.
He did, yeah.
Bayou land.
It's crazy when you're loved how good you do.
Opponents matter, though.
Here's our winner from Logan Martin, Josh Butler. River fishing means bridges. He's a river fishing pro.
I think I got hooked kind of in the head. It ain't that big. It's a good one. Probably cool. Maybe. I don't doubt it. Unless it's fat. Still barely got the back hook. But at least we catching some fish.
I'll say, if that doesn't cold, he's got a pretty good bag.
Yeah. Good problem.
And Tommy,
That's why we use non-puncture.
Josh Butler was in such a great spot after 5 or 6 opens this year, and then he puts a 139 at St. Clair, a 124 at Leach, and just
tough.
ruins his. He could have had a chance at the Classic and the Elites. He's got the Classic wrapped up
Barely
to go to
cooled
fish
up.
it,
Probably an ounce.
but barely cold for him. But man, yeah. When you're halfway, 3/4 of the way through the season, and you have just a triple digit, it's hard to come back.
It weighed 237, so almost 2.5.
He's throwing a crankbait, and earlier today he said he hadn't cranked all week, so he's definitely changing it up here. And I don't, like I said, I don't know if this is where he's been fishing all week, but he's definitely catching them.
Got 13.5 today, second best.
This is the type of body of water, and you know this, Brian. When you're talking to other people about techniques, I'm catching all my fish on top water. I'm like, you got to specify. Is it a popper? Is it a walking top? Is it a frog? You know. We're seeing them all come into play, and same thing goes for junk fishing with crankbaits as well.
Chris Hellebuck. Live?
Oh, sorry, what's that? Yeah, so right now we've got 5 smallmouth. I think we're right around 15 pounds. The morning was definitely slow. I mean, just like it's been every day so far. But it definitely feels like it's picking up a little bit, which honestly is kind of right on schedule. Even with the different conditions, it doesn't seem to have been a whole lot different. Maybe a bit slower. There's one. I think he got I think he might have got my trailer there. Nope. Yeah, it definitely seems to be picking up a little bit. So we might get a nice flurry here. And then if it's anything like the other days, it'll slow down, and hopefully that's when we get the right ones, because that's how it's been. So we'll see.
He's got to be full of confidence right now to be leading this event. And
15 already?
15 pounds already. He got all day long to catch a couple upgrades. His fish obviously are still there. He's got it going on.
Cody Stahl, currently 7th place.
Wow.
Cody's been fishing a lot of pressured areas, a lot of places where other boats have been, but instead of throwing the traditional maybe bladed jig or swim jig or a Texas rig, he's been throwing a bigger swim bait, and he's been able to catch and weed through a lot of those fish a lot better. You normally want to downsize with pressure, but he is upsized.
Cody Meyer spending his day in Pool 8, Black River. Of course, he's got the launch downstream. He's got the famous Onalaska spillway upstream there from it. Hadn't lit it up yet, though. A little slower than you would expect for him.
Our usual host hotel, Tommy, at least when I was at the Mississippi River in the past, overlooks the Black River. You could see anglers coming up and down there, you know, be in the room during practice or whatever.
Yeah.
We got 2 Chris's in our top 10, 2 Cody's in our top 10.
Cody's still in the middle of his season, really strong. I mean, 12th at Ouachita, 20th at Santee, 13th at Logan Martin, and top 25 at Eufaula.
Got a big old prop scar on him. Something. Other side. And the tail, other side. Big old crawlers from being jacked in line.
Been a while since we checked in with Matt Adams.
That looks really good.
That's a blast about it when I think.
Man, it's amazing. I keep saying it, how different everybody's fishing.
Yeah.
And look where he's at. I mean, he's in the slop, frogging.
Yep,
That's a nice fish. It really is.
What is it, eelgrass under that duckweed? Is that what
it looks like? It, yeah.
Hasn't found the size today, though. Yesterday had 2 4-pounders.
Okay. Yep.
Number 4. Still not getting the size we need, but we're going in the right direction nonetheless.
As big as today says 2.5.
Huh. Technique he's doing, though, he'll get his opportunity, I'm sure. You can't really tell what's under there, but there might be some pads, you know, mixed with, it could be multiple kinds of grass. Usually there's a reason, you know, when you get bit in the slop. There's something a little different under the water you might not be able to see, and maybe he has that figured out, or maybe he's just got a really good area.
Yeah.
There could be a little depression, or he's hooked up again.
No, it's a bass. It's not big, though. Not like I thought it was going to be. He might keep. God, that thing blew up like a dang bowling ball. That a baby. Littlest fish, the biggest bite. And here I just got done talking about the big ones are doing that. I lied. Yeah, he'll go.
Tommy, we normally have it pretty nailed down when we watch Bassmaster Live all day for multiple days. We know who's going to win the event. We can get a good inclination. But this event in 2022, when Brian Schmidt beat Chris Johnston out, that one was confusing. We thought Chris probably had it. And then 2018, we thought Jacob Porosnik had it, and Ish Monroe comes back and wins because it's just so tight. And Ish did this. He caught nothing but frogfish all day long in duckweed.
Baby.
Didn't get a great size guess on him. And
going in the well.
About 1.5 pounds low, and you end up in the winner's circle.
Yeah, he started hot this week, too. This was in our top 10, and had a rougher second day. Still moved up in the points from 19th to 14th, but, boy, he's going to need some help.
Yeah. I saw that first day, and,
he got to go quick. Oh, we got to get out of here.
It shows, you know, you can associate with his results on kind of what he's doing. We know he's really good at frogging and flipping. And that just shows he's a master at it. You know he's going to do it, and he did it. I don't know what happened the second day, but still really, really good event.
Something I want to remind you about. I've been talking about this for a few weeks now. That's a Tacoma Hit the Trail sweepstakes, and time's a wasting, folks. You can enter every day, but look at the cutoff date. That's September 19th. That's just next week, few days away. Your chance to win the new, all new redesigned 2024 Toyota Tacoma. Hit the QR code there and go ahead and get your entry in for today. The Tacoma Hit the Trail sweepstakes, and we'll be right back after this. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 on the Upper Mississippi. Sponsored by Minn Kota. By Bass Pro Shops. And by Skeeter Boats. Anglers into their 3rd hour of fishing on this 8-hour fishing day. 10 of them left after we started with 210 boats. With a pro and an amateur in each one of those boats. So let's get out to Chris. It looks like we're headed to Chris Beaudrie.
Man, he came up short in 2022, I believe, at the Chesapeake Bay. Had a big lead going in the final day, only had 1 or 2 fish, and he said he's trying to right his wrongs. That has cursed him to be that close to a classic, and he'd love to take the title today.
He's got a 4-pounder, or Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day. Needs a couple more.
Oh, smallmouth?
Looked like a big smallmouth, didn't it? Yeah.
Grab my line. I think he helps. Fat little booger.
He has weighed 2 smallmouth this week, 8 largemouth over the first 2 days and 2 smallmouth. And today, obviously, largemouth carrying all of his weight until this one. This should upgrade from one of his smaller largemouth.
Started the day 2 ounces out of the lead.
It keeps you going when you think, oh, only a 2-ounce upgrade. But when you think about coming into the day, you're only down 2 ounces. Like every 2-ounce upgrade could be the right 2 ounces. And go ahead.
And he had 19 even, right, day one. So,
Yes.
and that's the biggest bag of the week. Yeah.
Yes.
That shows you what could happen where he's at for sure.
Seen guys a lot of 412 fish. We've only had 1 fish on Bass Track over or weighed in at the scales over 5 pounds. Bobby Bakewell had a 5.2.
Thrashing too much.
Matt Adams.
I don't think it is. There's a bass. That's a better fish. That's a better fish right there. Not a great one. This is better.
Wow. Chunky fish. Where he's at, I've spent a lot of time. It looks so good, and I just have not collided with the fish. I've only been to this river twice, but I have spent a lot of time where he's at right here. And they just, whatever, they haven't liked me when I'm there, or they're just not there. But it has the right makings for sure to be good. You know, it's really close to really, really good backwater, and it has some current and beautiful habitat.
Trying to remember that one 22 event was a couple of weeks, 3 weeks earlier maybe than when this one is.
Yeah, late August versus
Yeah.
mid-September, yes.
Nope.
Yeah, so you have a victory on another trail in May here, and you have one in late August, and it seems like you're like in the South, summer is summer. Once you get to the warm temperatures, nothing changes, but we're in the upper Midwest, and every month, every few weeks, current flow, water levels, vegetation, stage of the spawn, everything changes, and so each month seems completely different.
This place to me is never the same. Almost no tournament even during just a week. It's going to change something. Okay, even if you're not getting any rain, it's changing because the water's dropping every day. So that's the really cool thing about it. you know, some lakes it's always this particular rock pile or this particular stump row. The cool thing about this river is it's never going to be the same exact spot. And there's fish everywhere, but do you find the big ones that week, or do the big ones come to you that week? I just really, really love it. The rivers are so diverse. This is an incredible fishery, full of bass from one end to the other. The only unfortunate thing is the locks. You know, it really is, because it's a gamble that could cost you so much, but it's still. Oh, he slipped up again.
Gosh, Butler.
That might be
working this place over.
He really is. He's not moving.
Catch everything that's here.
That one a hunt.
It seems like I think that Butler's an Alabama fan. I'm going to say he's an Alabama fan, not an Auburn fan, just by gauging him.
It's so much fun
over the last couple events. But this is like when Alabama scheduled an FCS opponent, Tommy. In the first couple weeks, they just pouring it on. It's just 80-0 right now, and he's just continuing to just thrash the score. He's just running it up.
It's going to be 234. I think he'll be 2.5 or better. 212 definitely helps. So 14 and a half. It's number 5.
Yeah, he's definitely staying put right here. He's catching them. And you know,
5.
I'm sure a lot of people know where this is, but he's got plenty coming to him. He's not going to run out of fish anytime soon. It's pretty cool.
Yes, I did. Well,
he's listed as 13.8. You think he's got more than that? Maybe a little more than that?
I would say, you know, maybe not much more, but for sure he's got more. You know, everybody's scared to be high on their bass track and get up to weigh in.
Except for a few exceptions.
But I think he's got a little more for sure. I think everybody on here's probably got a little bit more. But the guy, you know, to come into today with the lead and he's already got 15 pounds or so.
Doing his job.
He is definitely doing his job.
Yeah. If you think about it, I think Chris had 16 and 18 over the first 2 days, so that 17 pounds and change is the average between those days. So you would think that, hey, I'm probably going to need somewhere in the middle of my 2 days, my day one and my day. I'm going to have 17 probably and get around that 51 mark for 3 days. So he has a little bit more room that he probably can upgrade. And 15 is really a good baseline bag. There are thousands of 15-pound bags weighed in. And so Beaudrie having that big largemouth earlier this morning is the kicker. If you can go get your 3-pounders and have 15 pounds plus that one, you're going to be in that 17.5, 18 range.
Totally agreed. Yes, sir.
Halibut. Kind of swearing by that popper all week long. I like to see a guy that sticks with what brung him. You know, you'd like to see that once in a while out here. Good stuff from our leader to start the day. Chris Halibut climbed out of and back into the lead during the course of this morning. First 3 hours of fishing. We're moving on toward the midday point here. You got these passing showers. It should be clearing up right around 11, 12 o'clock. So everything's changing. These guys are adjusting. It's fun to watch. Hope you're having a great Saturday morning. We are really enjoying Championship Saturday at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open. The Mississippi River, sponsored by 7. This is the 8th of 9 spots. Long season for these, especially these anglers who are doing the EQ route and competing in every single Open this year. Started out a long time ago at Okeechobee. They have been moving across the country. But the end is in sight. The next go-round over in South Carolina, Lake Hartwell is going to decide everything. How about a move today? by this man right here, Chris Beaudrie. He's our Mercury move of the day. Of course, he started out in a good position. If you're going to make a move, why not start at the top?
Yeah, just keep rising, Brian Schmidt. You never want to let 2nd through 10th get the best of you, but right now, off to a decent start with some threes. He said some of those might be a little low. He might be closer to 15, and that's going to be key. If he can get 15 to 16, Brian, he's in a good spot.
Oh, yeah. You know, to be leading it coming into the day and have a start like this, you couldn't ask for much more. It really eases the pressure off of you. And, you know, it assures him that his spot still has a lot of fish on it. You know, he's around the right kind of fish. Look forward to seeing what he does the rest of the day. You know, he's in a really good area. He probably has fish steady coming to him. Just needs a couple big bites to really seal it up.
Kind of impressive the fact that he said, I don't know whether weather hasn't really affected him too much, but it does seem a little slower today. I can't imagine. I mean, you have to catch your breath how many fish he was catching the previous days if that's the case. But for Chris Beaudrie, Mercury move of the day. He is staying at the top of the leaderboard as we're bringing it into the Bassmaster studios. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. For those viewers who are tuned in, watching the top 10 eagerly, knowing that a classic spot is on the line, I'm going to lay out some scenarios for you today because a lot of people in the Opens have a shot to make it to the World Championship of the sport, the Bassmaster Classic next March at Lake Ray Roberts. And at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, there's one elite guy waiting at home, the first man out right now, Jonathan Kelly, 45th in Angler of the Year points for the Bassmaster Elite Series. If an angler double qualifies through the Opens or doesn't fish a full division, you know, Division 3, this is where we're wrapping up at the Mississippi River. That also had Leech Lake and Lake St. Clair. If you don't fish a full division, you cannot win and make the Bassmaster Classic. So there's 2 anglers in our top 10 today who can help out. Jonathan Kelly sitting at home all the way over in Pennsylvania. That would get some big time, maybe a steak dinner from him. Local John Engler only fishing this event. He started the day in 3rd place. If he wins this tournament, he does not go to the Classic. He will get the top prize money for the win, but will not fish in the Bassmaster Classic next March. And then Josh Butler, we already mentioned it. He won Logan Martin, his home lake, stop number 4 of the Bassmaster Opens earlier this year. So if he won, he would be just like Easton Fothergill, who last event double qualified by winning his 2nd Open of the year. Butler off to a great start. Engler got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He has gone all the way down to the bottom of Pool 9 in a place that's close to his home in Iowa, and he could definitely pull it out today. The big deal for Engler, though, got to make it back. We had a lot of great anglers that would be fishing today if they would have made it back. They caught enough weight, but did not make it from Pool 9 to Pool 8 on time. Barge traffic gets the navigational go-ahead, and they were locked out yesterday. Did not make the top 10, but we had some anglers. Randy Howe, former Elite Series pro, and
had a good
Classic
bag
champ.
apparently, right?
Yeah, he was going to be in the top 3 or 4 probably.
Several guys said the lock monster bit them hard.
I mean, it's another keeper, but gonna have to start getting a little bit bigger. Getting closer to that limit though, but just not the right ones. You know, solid. Yeah, I don't even know if it's 2 pounds, 1 3/4, but. That's all right. We'll take him for now. Take him for now. Yeah, so that's number 4. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, we're getting some bites. It's not quite 9 o'clock yet. You know, throwing a wacky rig around. You know, we're close to the ramp. I mean, I caught some 4-pounders in this area. You know, I've caught 3 so far this week. There's been multiple 4-pounders caught by fellow competitors, you know, around here. So, there's a chance that we can catch a couple of these big ones, and that's what we got to do. I don't know where else we can go right now and go catch 4-pounders, or I'd be there. So, we're just going to stay here. We're fishing the Black River. We're in the top 10, and we just need some luck at this point, to be honest, too, just to help us out and get a couple key bites. It's gonna take some weight, and those little 2-pounders, they aren't gonna do it, but we got to start somewhere. So this is baby steps. Let's get a limit. Let's not use our teeth to cut this line because my wife's a hygienist, so she'll get mad. Let's get a limit, and then let's see if we can start culling. But either way, it's a good day. We're in the top 10. It's Saturday. got some great points. Survived so far in the Mississippi River.
Cody Meyer talked about being top of the game for 20 years. Here's some evidence of that. His open win was 2005 at Clear Lake in California. How about that, 20 years ago?
I hate to mention, but one guy who didn't survive Mississippi River's Jack York, who'd been in our top 10 in points. He fell from
Texas
6th to 13th. It would be hard-pressed to get back inside our top 9 and make it to the elites next year.
Not impossible, but
I wonder if
a lot of luck. You have to really excel and have a lot of guys fall.
Finally, we get a look at Paul Marks. Yeah. He's out of Ranger. We don't know what the issue was with him today. Paul with a great season.
Yeah, he's moved up with his top 10. He's moved up so sixth place.
Yeah, so he's
from 9th. He was inside already.
Looking good for that elite slot. Not locked down completely, but that's a good position to be in.
You look at the top 10 or 12 of the points, you know, for the guys trying to get into the elites. The talent is just off the hook.
You got Fothergill, Cody Meyer, Tucker Smith, Emil Wagner, Andrew Loberg, Paul Marks, Dakota Abear, Evan Kung fell down from 3rd to 8th place, and then you got Matt Adams and Bo Browning tied for 9th right now.
Good mix, good variety. We talked about a couple former pros. We're going to definitely have a shot to make it some college recent graduates as much as this year.
I started on some smallmouth stuff where I caught them yesterday afternoon.
How good is Easton?
I caught a lot of small, tiny smallmouth. So I figured I might come and try to catch I had some nice largemouth the first day off this bank, so fish it, then I'm gonna probably run smallmouth the rest of the day after this. I think that's the biggest kind of fish I can catch. I haven't caught any 4-pound largemouth. I think smallmouth I'd have a better chance to have a big bag.
Brian Schmidt, you're going to have to answer that question yourself next year when he comes up against you. Hey, the schedule just came out about a week ago. What's your impressions and what's the first thing you do when you see that?
This year, the first thing I did, I smiled. You know, personally, me looking at it, there's 4 rivers, there's an Okeechobee, there's a lot of opportunity to fish my strengths. You know, I've gotten pretty good with the offshore and live scope and stuff, but I really enjoy fishing, you know, rivers and stuff like that. And just, to me, it's about finding the fish, you know, finding the hunt of finding them. So super excited. It's an incredible schedule. I think you can still do whatever you want. Guys that like fishing deep or whatever, offshore, they can do it. But
look at that lamprey eel, dude.
Oh, wow.
Hey, that's gonna make bass live right there, FS1. It might not be a big bass, but now we literally got an eel on the bottom of this boat, man. Oh my goodness. Now they're decent, just 2-pounder Cinco bass, but look at that, helping them out. Let's put her in there, him in there. Let me show you this. Dude, I ain't touching this sucker. Check out this eel. I don't even know how you grab an eel. You know, I promise you guys, I kill the spiders in my household, but I ain't touching an eel because this is like a leech. Look at that thing. Look at that mouth right there. How would you like that to grab you?
Not much.
Cody Prather is,
if you're gonna catch this
thanks Cody, get it
2-pounders,
away from me.
You hope they got something attached to them so we can get some airtime, but there we go. That's not what you want to grab a hold of you. It's Halloween time coming up, man.
I think he was hitting on Cody's bait. It's the exact same color as his bait.
You'd be able to put a hook in that thing and throw it out there.
Oh, yeah. Get a bigger fish, I bet.
I don't know why I said Halloween there, but just something that's reminds me of Halloween. Just like a creep, man, just a creature.
Predator versus alien type of thing, you know?
The mouth looked like the sand pit in Star Wars.
Cody's definitely feeling good.
You know,
he's got a limit.
It always feels good to have 5. It's 9 o'clock. Wow. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. We got 5. Now we could just start calling. You know, we just got to keep getting bites. That's a 3-pounder. Nice bass.
Looks like a pretty good one.
We can get this thing in. You know, I lost one about this size, but this is kind of what I've been catching, slow and steady all week here in the Black River. Mean bass. That's a nice one for sure. That's a nice one. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. That's a good one right there. That's over 3. That's probably actually 3.5 or so. So, hey, we got a lamprey eel, we got another bass, and we're culling. I'll say it's a solid 3.5 pounder. Here's what we're culling with. This dude right here, I think we got smaller than that, unfortunately. Let's put her in there. Nice.
Cody Meyer trying to upgrade, gain a few more points on the man who's in the lead, Eastern Fothergill. This Bassmaster, St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. Want to remind you that always gaining ground every year. The Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series. All this equipment, all this opportunity for people to get in and catch big bass in a tournament situation.
This would be a great place to do it.
Wouldn't it be? That would be perfect
for
that. Just had a big one up in your neck of the woods, Brian. The Susquehanna River had a big tournament up there. Got one coming up on Caddo Lake and Lake Vistano also. I think both of those near Shreveport, Louisiana, coming up in a few weeks here. So that will be a lot of fun as well. Use the QR code and explore Yamaha Bassmaster Kayak Series. Tomorrow, week 2 of the NFL kicks off on Fox as Derek Carr leads the Saints against Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. Or the Rams battle Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. Check for the game in your area only on Fox, the Fox Sports app. I think what everyone saw week 1 makes you very interested in that Saints-Cowboys game. That could be
no doubt.
Could be a knuckle buster.
Hey, I have hope, Tommy. We pushed the Bills to the buzzer. The Cardinals did. Maybe we're going to be a little better than everybody thinks. I don't know.
Okay.
We still got a big old L first week, though.
Our live coverage brought to you by Minn Kota, the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at the Mississippi River, presented by 7. Chris Hellebuck, the man with the lead to start the day. Got a lead that amounts to what the whole top 10 were apart when we started right now. They've spread out a good bit during the course of this day, but there's a lot of time and a lot of opportunities, ways for guys to catch up, turn their situation around. We know how productive this place is. You can change things in just a few minutes' time. Let's get out to our leader, though. That's a lot of what he's been doing this week.
Oh, wow.
Oh, whoa. Nice.
Oh my gosh. That is definitely a helper. That's not a giant, but that will help, I believe. Yeah, I think he's gonna help a little bit. Yes, that's a good one.
Wow.
Yes. Definitely a little bit better. That is not a bad one. Yes. All right, let's see what we got here. Yes. 3.62.
Another 310. 3 pounds, 10 ounces.
624.
And he's had all smallmouth.
Yes, 10 smallmouth so far.
Yeah.
And then obviously all 5 today so far.
It's black.
You'd love to catch a 4.5 pounder for your kicker, but that's normally paired with 3 pounders. If you have a couple 310s like he's got, then you're all of a sudden, you don't need one 4 pounder. You've got 2 that are just right below that.
He's got 15 on Bass Track. He's probably over 16 though, if he's counting the points to the hyphens to the ounces.
And he's already said that his bite has gotten better later and later every day. The bigger fish, so
that's
everything is this live here? Yeah, everything's going right as planned. Like, he's got to be feeling really good. I don't know if Garrett's still there with him but it is going as planned for sure.
Had a really bad start to his year down at Okeechobee. He's getting it all back here, though.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's having his day. Had some good tournaments, too. 12, top 12, and Logan Martin, top 20, 25 at St. Clair.
He apologized. Chris apologized to me yesterday on the phone, saying he should have already had a phone call with us and been on live at Logan Martin, but he had some issues with his live wells and was worried about fish care and losing ounces, and so he ended up throwing back some fish that he was worried about and never ended up upgrading the rest of the day, and so ended up coming in a little lighter than he should have.
Wow.
Back to John Engler, our Iowan in the mix here today. Way down south.
Ooh.
Woo, that was work.
It's a pretty good fish. So I don't know, if he just would get his fish all week and really get back to eat really quickly to avoid the.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure on social media a lot of people got locked out. I could see that. He might be one of the lucky ones that maybe got it done real quick and got back up.
I think I read Randy Howe was checking with the Lockmaster all day, and then a surprise barge just was getting worked on downriver, and all of a sudden took off and got into the lock before him.
Yeah, all those first flight guys, Jamie Bruce, Randy Howe, they all missed it coming back. He was about an hour later.
Ooh.
So he may have came back with them in the lock, but been on time instead of being late.
Gotcha.
On the Mississippi is not like a lot of other places. I mean, the commercial traffic has absolute priority.
No doubt.
You're nobody if you're a bass fisherman.
Great catch for John Engler there, holding down for pool 9. But Cody Stahl told me he went goose hunting with Trevor McKinney one morning of practice earlier in the week, like, Saturday or Sunday when they first got here. Said, I got plenty of practice days and we're going to go do this for an hour or so. He said, so he got out a little bit later to pool 8 to fish, and he said when he launched his boat and headed around, he saw a triple barge about as long as they can get and wide as they can get, and it was coming in and out of the lock, and he said, that scares me and I'm not going to do it. And so guys like that saw a lock in practice or saw a barge in practice and said, I can't risk that.
Understandably. Let's get back out to our leader, Chris Hellebuck.
I can't see my popper half the time. I know.
I don't see Garrett.
I don't, yeah, maybe.
Oh, that might be a good one. Dude, I think that might be a good one.
He's going to go to town here.
I don't know.
It's pretty cool how this river can treat you, man. If you got them
grass.
coming to you like this.
Come on. Oh, I hate doing that to him, but I gotta.
Oh. Almost pulled him in.
Yeah.
Oh my God, there's another one with it. Oh my gosh.
He just said there was one with it.
That one might help a little bit. Come here, buddy. Come here.
That looks pretty big. I noticed. I'll wait till he gets the fish.
I don't think that's gonna help.
If that doesn't help.
Oh my God,
we
he's got
a little
16 and a half pounds, doesn't he?
We got a little, that's, to me, that's I'd say a 3.5, because it's kind of fat. He's got a pretty good bag.
He's got fishing line coming out. That stinks.
I've got all of Hellebuck's fish listed out, and we're going to see how this compares to what's on Bass Track.
Nice. Number 5, 2.93. It's got a little fishing line coming out of there.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. It looks pretty. It's pretty big.
That's a heavy 3 pounder.
It's a heavy 3 pounder.
I don't know about that. We are seeing a good job out there from our tournament leader to start the day. Chris Beaudrie adding to his lead there. Coming up, not too far away, September 27th through the 30th, Timms Ford Lake. They're south of Nashville in Winchester, Tennessee. The college bracket. These are our top performers through the year and at the College National Championships, fighting for one spot in the Bassmaster Classic. We will have coverage of all 3 days of that for you on Bassmaster.com and some here on FS2. Welcome back. Our live coverage continuing on through the morning, getting closer and closer to that midday point at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open. Presented by 7 here on the upper Mississippi River. Pool 7, 8, and 9 wheeled around La Crosse, Wisconsin, historic city in America. Historic city for bass fishing, too. So much Bassmaster history has gone down in this wonderful, wonderful place to fish through the years. Chris Beaudrie, hailing from Michigan, coming over here. This is one of his favorite places to fish. He likes this and the St. Clair River.
He said on his profile, Tommy, his hobby is building online businesses.
Oh.
And then he's got a secret boat ramp in the state of Michigan where you can fish all year long. I asked him about it. I know where it's at now. I know where it's at now, but I'm not going to disclose that. I might tell one Mark Zona maybe one. He probably knows though.
He probably knows.
Z-Train probably knows.
That sucker grabs your arm, man. Trying to cull. I mean, dude, we're not getting anywhere with these. They're thick. I mean, it's a thick one, but we're just not getting anywhere with this size bass. I just want to get to 18 pounds and go eat those waffles I'm smelling somewhere. All right, let's see. I think this will cull. But like I said, we gotta do this old school. I should weigh them, but we'll just balance beam them real quick. Of course, the clip comes off. Dang it. These are good clips too, these TH Marine ones. They don't puncture them. All right, so here's how we're gonna do it, old school. We're losing balls, we're losing everything. Probably don't air this because it looks like I haven't done this before, but I promise you guys I actually have. You got to put this back on to get the weight, so the weight's.
Cody Meyer dealing with rain, fighting eels, and now a scale that won't cooperate. He's having to deal with a lot today, but
he's handling it really good though. You can tell he's in a really good mood. He did his job here this week. You know, he still has an opportunity right now for a classic bid, but
yeah, hard work's over. You're right. Matt Adams.
I don't know if he's very big or not.
Fighting for that 9th spot in the
looks like a better
EQ point,
fish.
so important. Wants to get to the Elite Series.
Looks like a nice tail.
So. I don't know. Can't really tell. He'll help a little bit. 2.5 probably.
You said he's in the 9th.
I don't know. He's
for the
bigger.
qualifying spot.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way you're supposed to eat it. Go tell your buddies to do it that way.
Brownie.
And he can move a few points today.
Okay, now.
I think you started the day 7th.
It's
I believe that's right. Yeah.
Let's call it out. Let's see. I'll start weighing them and tagging them probably.
It's amazing. You get to these last couple of events. We all anglers are mathematicians. We know every point, every. You know, earlier in the year we don't know. But at the end, you're studying it.
You're down to the actual real scenarios that could happen.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Hey,
Yeah.
don't.
There was a few anglers this year on the stage saying, yeah, I made the cut, so everything else was gravy. I didn't really have much to fish for. And I was like, listening to their weigh-ins, like, you have requalification at stake and you don't realize your point. Did you not read the emails you got with the point standings? I was like,
that could be true.
You got to catch them. And then I get the call later that night. Hey, I heard I didn't know. I was like, dude. That's like me. I did this once, Tommy, in school in college. Thought I was doing well all year, didn't realize all my missed assignments weren't in the report card, and all those zeros popped in, and boy, was my grade a little lower than I thought it was supposed to be.
You learned a lesson, though, didn't you?
I did indeed.
Yeah.
Get out of college as quick as possible. That was my lesson.
Cody Stahl might keep for him.
Vibrating jigfish.
Yeah.
He'd be number 8 with a limit. Only Danny McGarry and Paul Marks shy of 5.
Danny McGarry, the Canadian's the only angler we haven't seen
Number
yet
5.
today, since takeoff.
I got some upgrade to do. Gotta have some of that juice. It saved my butt this week. Both days I've had 2 good ones bleeding because they're just absolutely choked it. And they're bleeding like no tomorrow. And pour a little juice in there, put a little ice in there. And if it was a really bad one, I'll wait a few minutes and see how they're doing. And then cap it off with some Mountain Dew, and I mean, they were fine.
That's a big deal, big deal. You know, I won by 4 ounces. A dead fish is critical. You can't even upgrade it, so it can be a big deal. I'll share a story here in a minute.
Okay, yeah, I remember that being part of your day for sure. Back to Chris Beaudrie. So he's using a lot of the falling water here, he's using a lot of his Kentucky Lake drawdown tactics to catch them. We may have lost his mic here, so
live well
There we go.
was a little more full than I wanted it to be with the water, so I pumped some water out. And when I stopped that, it automatically turns my recirculate off, and I forgot to turn it back on. So had my three smallest fish in the box were not looking good. They're still alive. We verified it on camera, and I chose to go ahead and release those fish because just believing that I know I can catch 3 more, and I need bigger ones than that if I'm going to have any shot at winning today. But it's unfortunate, a stupid mistake on a final day. But like I said, those are 3 fish that I would have wanted to cull anyways, and we did see them swim off. So hopefully they make it and don't have to sit in a live well the rest of the day.
Wow.
But
so
I'm planning on going back over that starting spot a little bit later. I'm just going to try to give it a little bit of time to rest, and maybe the fish will reposition. Had a few fish that missed it this morning that looked like good ones that I could have used, but throwing a topwater like that, it's just part of it. It's not like I hooked them and lost them. They just simply didn't get the bait. A couple of them blew up 2 or 3 times and just never got it.
From what I understood there, he had too much water in his live well, so he pumped some out. When he did, it turned his recirculate off, so the water was stagnant in there. So a couple of his smallest fish, which in Bassmaster rules, if you have deceased fish, you cannot cull them, and you don't ever want to get stuck on the Mississippi River with less than 2 pounders if they were to decease. So it sounds like Beaudrie released his three that were 1 3/4, just under 2 pounds. So now that puts him back at 2 fish, Brian, but they're a 4.5 basically and a almost 3 pounder.
I would like to know, are those alive?
Yeah, I mean, those are the ones that
or did they decease and he's like, I'm not going to catch anything bigger than this?
Yeah, for sure. Like those are the ones you want to keep. You better.
Maybe a lot of guys do a small side, big side.
Oh, yeah.
It could be the 2 big sides were okay.
The problem, normally rivers, the fish are pretty hardy. What I mean, it's really a rare thing to lose one in the live well.
They deal with a lot of adverse water qualities and different things as the river changes throughout the year. So yeah, they do normally hold up.
Beaudrie having a really memorable tournament here. First day leader, 19 pounds, just an incredible number for the upper Mississippi, and then a setback like that.
If he's to come back and win now, Tommy, holy cow.
Oh my goodness.
That classic would mean even more.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. So we got that story to follow for you. He's got plenty of time to turn things around and to put himself back up there in the top 3. But for now, he is out of the top 3, and we will be right back. St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 on the Mississippi River, La Crosse, Wisconsin. This is, we're getting near the end of the season. A lot of things coming into stark focus here for these anglers. Our live coverage presented by Minn Kota. And this is a big day. This is Championship Saturday. There's only one Championship Saturday left after this one. And Chris Hellebuck of Michigan, man who started with the lead today, fished better than everyone over the first 2 days, has outfished everyone on day number 3 so far. Big lead over Josh Butler, Chris Beaudrie. I think that's going to be adjusted there because of what we now know.
He's going to fall to 8th place, Tommy, with only 2 fish today. Both of those are really good fish, 4+ and a 3+, but only 2 fish now for Chris Beaudrie.
So that has changed. Matt Adams has moved up the leaderboard. That's significant as well. He's certainly in the hunt for that elite position. Let's take a look right now, though, at what we've seen so far in this long season. It seems like 2 years ago we showed up at Okeechobee back there in February, but man, it was worth the trip.
We've been to Okeechobee plenty of times, Tommy, but very rarely out of Clewiston, Florida. And if you know Clewiston, Florida, you know the Martin family, Roland Martin, Scott Martin. And for Scott, the last time he had been at a tournament weigh-in Clewiston on a Bassmaster tournament, his father won it in the 80s or early 90s. He gets the victory and does it in record fashion, 90+ pounds, setting the all-time Opens record. Also single day, biggest margin of victory as well, and a local to win, make the Classic.
Went from the warm weather to the cold weather up in the Ouachita Mountains of Arkansas to Lake Ouachita. And it was Jeremiah Kendi who was A known ninja there on Lake Ouachita from just up the road in Benton who really kind of ruled the roost there.
He really planned to just poach this one, Tommy, and when he poached it to perfection and won it, he signed up for the rest of the division and is going to the Bassmaster Classic as well.
Well, Santee Cooper, another place where we saw a local do very, very well. Kyle Austin had some tricks up his sleeve at a special spot.
Man, Kyle is putting a lot of work on the Opens, came up just short of the Elite Series last year, just a spot or two out. Comes to his home lake, continues the trend of home lake success. He won there, and he did it in different fashion, not just fishing trees. He had a couple key fish on trees, but he did it from local knowledge in the past.
We've been watching this guy all day today, Josh Butler, having a great tournament here on the Mississippi River. Had an exceptional tournament on Logan Martin in Alabama.
Really relied on some current flow when the dam and they started moving some water on the Coosa, but those early fish on the shad spawn that he caught helped carry him, bridge the gap, and he was able to win that event. Had a huge day one to carry him in that one.
Now Logan Martin to Eufaula and the college student phenomenon Easton Fothergill, who has had a charmed year and a half with bass fishing, absolutely knocking him dead, including that giant there for Eufaula.
8-14, Tommy. This is the year of giant bass on the Bassmaster Opens. We've seen 10-plus pounders. At Okeechobee and Ouachita, we see almost a 9-pounder in Eufaula, Oklahoma. Then we go to a place that, I mean, it's going to be a Century Club sooner than later. This place is putting them out, and for 3 days of an Open, being in the 70s for weight-wise, Jay Shakurit came in and said, I want to get some apple pie up in Michigan, and he ends up getting another win on the Bassmaster stage.
That was the first part of what we would call our northern swing here in these Opens here. Lake St. Clair, and then we went to a place we've never been before, Leech Lake, which just happens to be the home lake for Easton Fothergill.
Yeah, looky there, another winner, and 2 out of 3 events, Easton Fothergill takes the title. Eufaula, Oklahoma, all largemouth for him. Comes to Leech Lake, his home lake, drops 26-plus pounds on day 1, jumps into the lead, never gives it away, and that 2-day tournament, because of weather, goes home with Easton Fothergill.
26 pounds on day 1 certainly helped his cause up there on Leech Lake, to be sure. Let's get out to Matt Adams.
They had to deal with a bigger size limit. Normally it's 12 inches in Minnesota, and it was up to 15 for Leech Lake, so it made smallmouth fishing a little tricky for these anglers because they are super pressured, and obviously those fish have plenty of crawfish and other things to eat in that lake.
That's a bass, and it's a big one too. That is a giant. I've got to have this one. Come on, baby. Stay on. Oh God, it's a giant. Stay down. Stay down, stay down. Get in here. Let's go. That changes the game a little bit. It's not as big as I thought, but she's big. Upper 3s, if not 4. Needed that one. Change the game a little bit right there. I knew this freaking flow right here. I knew it. I've seen too many good ones off this, just where this flow is right here. Let's go. Three and 3/4.
Wow.
Almost a 4-pounder.
Place is number 2. It's almost 15 pounds, boys. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Let's go. Throw a butt in there. Hey, good night.
1 3/4 upgrade?
Yeah.
It's 4.
Does he have any more 2s or low
Got
2?
a 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and a 212 and the 3, and then that one.
Yeah.
4.
And a second.
Ouch. I'm glad I got this FTX Elite suit on, because they freaking challenging me here. That's 1. I wonder, did I leave him on this? I don't think I did I? Or am I just dumb and can't?
Matt said, first day of Bassmaster Live for the year, Tommy. We were at Okeechobee in that record fashion Scott Martin win. Matt Adams said, I've played baseball every single level high except for basically playing on TV, you know, for the majors.
Yeah.
And nothing gets me more fired up than bass fishing. You can tell it every time he sets the hook. He is fired
He's all
up.
in. But look at man, he is in the main battle of this series right here. He's in 9th place, battling Bo Browning for the last spot in the Elite Series. Man, who wouldn't get fired up about that?
He'll go in the last event a couple points ahead of him, more than likely, but right there.
That's significant.
Every point he could get today is going to be big.
Down, throwing a 1.5, catching a bunch of fish, flipping wood, throwing a jig, and probably caught 25 or so this morning. Got definitely one of the right ones, about a 3 3/4.
He left the bridge.
And then we got basically 4 2 3/4.
I guess he got every fish out of there.
Yeah. I like where we're at right now. A lot of time left, and we haven't even really hit our primary stuff. A little perch or brim. Haven't even really hit our primary area. It seems like every time I've pulled up there first thing, you normally catch 2 or 3 really good ones. I just don't know how much I fished it out. I'm hoping it reloads. It should, I feel like. But right now, we're just putting the trolling motor down and going fishing, covering water. And so far, he's had a good morning. We just need to get 2 or 3 of those 3.5 pound quality fish, and if we can do that, we should move up pretty well.
That's interesting. He says he hasn't even been to his best stuff yet.
Yeah.
He's got a really good bag
I guess
already.
he's saving it for the last hour.
Saving it. He's
you better use it today.
Well,
Make a
it's the
stop by
final
the
day.
bridge and see if we can get a limit.
He might miss tomorrow's football if he continues to keep fishing.
He's keeping it close to home, so he doesn't have much travel time to worry about today.
This is a place, one of those ones where I'm going to just fish my way to my next spot. You may never make it because you're going to find another great spot on the way. This place is special.
Josh and our other 9 anglers out there doing everything they can. Put as many points in the barn as you possibly can, because you'll need them next time around. A couple of weeks, it's going to be the final event for these EQ anglers. Chris Hellebuck. From Michigan, though, the man on top still got a healthy lead here. Matt Adams significantly has moved up into 2nd place. He would love to lock down that spot to end his day, that's for sure. St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 on the Mississippi River in La Crosse, Wisconsin, is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. A little bit of fishing more to show you here in our FS1 broadcast, our live coverage. This next to final stop, a quick stop in the studio, the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, so we can express our appreciation for Brian Schmidt coming here today. Your knowledge of this fishery and your enthusiasm for the game makes you the perfect guest. I hope you can come back and do it again sometime.
Look, you don't have to thank me. I'm honored to be here. This is a really cool experience. I've really enjoyed watching this. Hopefully I'll get to come back one day. I think if you do good fishing, you get to come back here. So that's the goal.
I expect both of those things to happen. You doing good and coming back.
We'll have to have him preview the Mississippi River Elite Series event next year. I don't know how many goods he wants to give away of it, but we might have to have him do it later on today, and what he thinks about it time of year wise and stuff.
Absolutely, Brian. Thank you so much. Great job today. And we've got more fishing. We've got plenty more fishing coming here on our broadcast, and we're going to get you back out on the water here just in a couple of minutes and show you what's going on, get you up to date on everything that's happening. Of course, we know that there have been some changes on the leaderboard, but you saw Matt Adams, Chris Beaudrie, of course, is going to have to go back to square one a little bit, not totally to square one. Matt Adams has moved up into 2nd place. That is significant with our points race.
Shell here. Can I show you that?
And there's our leader, Chris Hellebuck.
He's getting ready to show something pretty cool here.
Full screen.
I think he said something about shell.
You can kind of just see the shell dimples in there. It's basically just a shell bed, and that's what those dimples are. It's just that current's catching it just right, and it's got a buildup of shell there.
So he said 1 to 3 feet. He's not really on the main river where it's strong current, but current flows over it. And because it does get high on this flat, some shell is gathered there, and he said it's been a place that these fish reload, even though it's that shallow.
And if you notice, earlier he had company there,
I think that's what they're doing is just kind of roaming across that shell.
It seemed to me as if once Garrett left, he broke out the popper.
Comes off a stump or whatever
maybe
it
that's
is,
something that he didn't want Garrett to see. That seems to have caught the better fish for him. My hat's off to him for kind of waiting that out. If that is the case, there's a lot on the line.
But it takes a little discipline.
Takes some discipline, but it seems to be catching a little bit bigger fish, and he's really working it pretty slow too. So he's pretty dialed into what he's doing there.
All smallmouth for Chris Hellebuck.
Wow.
It's so shallow here. It's really tough to. It's tough to tell if I'm looking at a stump or a fish. A lot of times you can tell by the movement, but sometimes they just kind of flicker.
So my question is, we talked about Champlain, places that you've won before. It's going to be hard to list places that you haven't won, but Champlain used to be a all largemouth deal, and then we've seen it where all smallmouth have won it, and then mixed bags come into play and win. I don't remember, and I don't know, I haven't looked up every single tournament ever, but at least Bassmaster, I don't remember any Mississippi River tournament being won on all smallmouth.
No, for sure. And Ronnie, I watch everything. I try to be a historian of fishing, and I can't either. We talked about that before we came on, that I fished some events earlier in the year on this fishery, and there's some big smallmouth that get caught, and there's 20, 21 pound bags of them. And then it seems like when we have a later in the year event, they're gone, but they're not. And if you could really, really figure that deal out, I think you could separate yourself because,
Brian, I got a question for you. What should we expect from Lake Hartwell, our final event, October 10th through the 12th?
You're definitely going to have some herring, a lot of herring fish going on top water. It's going to kind of look similar to Lake Murray a little bit.
We'll have coverage of that for you here on FS1. We have seen a lot of good fish catching today. It has been nonstop.
That's not a bad one.
I mean, we've always got a lull pretty much everywhere we go. No lulls today.
Catching up, man. I mean, every single angler, 10 cameras. That's all you could ask for is 10 catches per 10 cameras in a 2 or 3 hour window.
From right there at the boat ramp to really, really far away, they're catching them. So many different ways they're catching them.
Heck yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Heck yeah.
Really good
That's a
group
good
of
one,
anglers, too. Fun guys to watch. And as you say, showing us, each one of them showing us something a little bit different about this amazing place, the Upper Mississippi River. Chris Beaudrie had a bit of trouble today. See if he can fight back for that. He's got plenty of time to get it done. Weigh-in is not until 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
Seems like when you think you've won it, that's when someone's going to sneak up and get you. Not that Chris Hellebuck thinks he's won it, but boy, he is the bigger lead right now unofficially than we ever see at the Mississippi River. But plenty of time for a big largemouth or a big smallmouth to come in.
Coverage continues noon Eastern on Bassmaster.com here. Coming up here on FS1, we're going to take you right to big noon kickoff. That's, of course, Madison, Wisconsin, Fox's number 4 Alabama versus Wisconsin game. The gang is in place, and the excitement is happening. We'll see you next time. Here we go, La Crosse, Wisconsin. That's headquarters for this 8th of 9 events. St. Croix Bassmaster Opens presented by 7. This one on the Upper Mississippi. That's right in the middle of pool number 8. Seems to be where most of the action is this time around. 7, 8, and 9 of what's in play here. We take you to our playing field, and great to have you joining us here as we continue our live coverage of this final day championship Saturday. Of course, we got Sanders, Moore, and Such in the house, but we got our special guest.
Heyo.
We got Mr. Schmidt here, Brian Schmidt, the champion for 2022, enjoying his commentary today and all his knowledge about this fishery as we take a look at, at a miss. Oh my gosh.
Stahl. That would have been
Cody
good.
Stahl. Cody Stahl who just caught a big one a little bit ago, right?
And he doesn't even have his trolling motor down.
Oh, man. little too excited today. Got him that time.
Wow.
That's a giant.
Moments ago.
God dang it.
This is the big one I guess I was referring to.
It's a 5-pounder.
Oh my.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, look at yes. Yes. That's my. That's well. We got one of the right ones now. God dang it! Thank you, Lord. Oh man. Why, being this close to where we're at, the whole reason I push poled in here is so we can stay as quiet as possible. And 4 pounds.
Oh my goodness. That'd be a 20-year-old bass right there, doesn't it?
And that's a full-grown one for this river.
Yes, sir. Northern bass. That's an oldie. What a nice fish for Cody Stahl. Man, way to get the afternoon kicked off here.
4.6, the biggest one we've seen today.
First pitch.
Let's go.
Probably should have came here earlier. Roll Tide.
Josh
That one
Butler,
should help.
we are informed, is also listening to the Alabama game, right?
Wow. Now I wonder if this is his primary area he spoke of.
Oh yeah, that's right. He said he hadn't even hit it yet.
That was his first pitch.
Not surprisingly, another bridge.
Three and a quarter.
Wow.
Let's go.
You know, in my history here, you know, 15, 16 pounds is good. And, you know, you don't see many 4-pounders. And it seems like this week there's been a ton of 17, 18-pound bags, even a 19, and several 4-pound.
You gotta have 4-pounders for that.
To 5-pound fish. And you're really not safe. Like usually you would say you get up to that 17.
First pitch.
You know, not with these size fish biting here, guys. This,
I don't know what it is.
It's going to be a nail biter for sure.
Every time. There's probably 2 or 3 of them there.
I'd get him at least 3/4 of a pound with that call itself, so.
Josh hanging in second place behind this man right here. He took a 2-ounce
the
lead
jig
in
has
it today.
been, that one might not be a bad one. I can't tell. Actually, that might be a good one.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that actually looked like it might be a pretty good one. Come here, buddy.
And he's fished all the opens this year.
Yes, he would be eligible for the Classic.
Oh my gosh, don't do that again. That looks like a decent one. I can't tell. I never can tell. Oh, that is a good one. I think. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna help. That's not a bad one though.
quality bite on a jig. I don't think he's moved all day. He's just
right the same spot.
I think we need him to go over 3.
Oh, that's definitely over 3.
2.93.
Still has that 215 he's mentioning?
Helps a little bit. Little better.
Wow.
Number 5. Number 5, which is yellow.
Nothing under 3 pounds now for Chris Beaudrie.
Back over to Josh Butler.
Set the like he's on.
Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
Let's go.
Things are getting interesting. So he said he had a place that he would pull up and catch a couple to 3 good ones in a row. I wonder if...
Man, they still here.
And he waited to come to it too. I mean,
I just had to get a lot of that other stuff out of my system, I guess. All right.
It's the Alabama game plays in the background.
I want to do a test. See how anglers' temperament goes as they listen to a football game all day. Like if he fishes better or fishes worse because of it, you know?
3-pounder.
can't believe he's just got the game on.
And what's bad is, you know, he's dedicated, Tommy. The game hadn't started yet. He's listening to the pregame show. He's listening to the pregame show. He said, we're about to kick off Wisconsin, Alabama. I just heard it.
Oh, my gosh. That is roll tide to the extreme right there.
It's only 2 hours away. He said if he didn't make the cut, he would have went.
Okay, they're playing in Wisconsin.
They're playing in Madison, I guess, yeah. All marks. Slow start to his day. Still waiting on his fifth fish, I think.
Not a bad one.
This place is just so full of fish. It's so healthy. Figure how many guys, you know, fished all week, pros and co's, and just, you know, it's
Catch
still
them all day.
Catching, and they're just catching them all day long. And the current, you know, if you're on a really good place, the current's just bringing more to you. Like,
Brian, day one, there's, 215 anglers, 177 of them had limits. The average fish was about 210, big bag was 19.0, 414 was a big fish. Day two, only 157 got limits.
Wow.
Well, that's also because like 45 didn't make it back.
Oh, yeah.
So it might have even gotten better yesterday.
Nice. It's just back to back here.
I saw a lot of zeros yesterday.
Yeah, I think if you fish an event here and you have any, especially if you're worried about points at all, I don't care if it's for AOI or the Classic or requalifying or making the elites, you just cannot lock. It's just, you know, it's just too risky.
There's 215 boats, though. You kind of want to spread out, don't you?
I know, but let's just say you come into this event, you know, and you're in the elite cut.
Well, the guys probably in the elite cut probably didn't risk that.
Or like Randy Howe got locked out yesterday, you know.
He was going for the win, though, obviously.
Yeah, he was in a position for it.
Oh, no.
Mm-mm.
Cannot lose 5 pounders on the river. I've not seen a 5 pounder since I've been on the river.
To me, he waited and he really let the fish eat it there. I don't think he did anything wrong. It's just part of it.
Tommy, I can tell that he used to play baseball at a high level. He could be a good manager with the.
Oh my gosh.
His flair for the dramatic.
See him out there kicking dirt on the umpire? I can see that. I can see Matt Adams doing that all day.
Kent Murphy out there.
Such, what you do is you encourage everyone else to spread out. Yeah. That's how you work it when you got 200 boats out there. We have got plenty more to come, folks. It's not until 3 o'clock Eastern time that the weigh-in begins and everything gets settled here. But Chris Hellebuyck making a great case. And he's the guy that ought to hold that trophy at the end of it all today, really expanding his lead. But Josh Butler putting a little bit, especially lately, starting to put the pressure on. We got a lot to look forward to this afternoon. This is it, our live coverage, St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 at the Mississippi River. This is the upper Mississippi. That's a different Mississippi than folks who look at the Mississippi every day in, say, St. Louis or Memphis or New Orleans. Very beautiful up here, lots of different, diverse territory and lots of different ways to catch bass. Thus, we have a fun show to watch today. It has been nonstop catching pretty much. And now the size seems to be going up, so man, win-win. Garrett Paquette. Oh, missed it.
Oh, he's coming back.
Got it that time.
They're all the same size.
And you just look at this. Look at the scenario. It's like a little creek dumping out, and there's a log blocking the current.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And something that simple can have a gold mine on it. It's a nice fish. The size has really impressed me here today to see the size.
He's probably gonna call because he's so fat. Look at that thing.
Wow.
He's getting ready for
Good
fall.
looking fish.
Couple ounces.
They're showing him way down to 9. Pretty far.
Got some healthy looking smallmouth up here. He said they're all the same size.
Oh, it's a big one. That's a big one.
That is so much fun. I mean, it really is.
It is. You can't quit watching.
Oh, jeez.
Big large.
Don't do that. I gotta put a little more heat on them than I'd like because there's so much wood and stuff down here.
Oh, no.
Look at
Big
that
burn.
thing, dude. Spro E-pop.
It's crazy, the size of these.
That is a giant length of that.
Do we get one more of these? And it's.
I guess we were there 2 years ago, but man, you see one like that when I was there. It's wow, and it's just a common thing right now.
Yeah, dude. It's a 4.5 pounder.
Oh, wow. That's our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day.
And they're all the same size.
Yeah, well, wait a minute.
Somebody's in trouble.
Yeah, I'd say everybody's in trouble.
That's a
Oh,
2-pound
wow.
upgrade.
Gives him about 16 and change from 10th to 2nd place.
Ooh.
A big call.
Now he has all the right in the world to go right back beside Chris. They're first and second now. But that is the thing.
No wonder he left.
They fished. I heard during our break that Hellebuck and Paquette fished together quite a bit in Michigan for tournaments. They're friendly with each other, and then they both, I don't know if they've shared information or not, but they've both dialed in, especially the Popar.
They must,
using
they,
it, you know.
yeah. Oh boy.
Where's he going? I have no idea.
I can't gauge how big the fish is by how he fights them, because he's fighting them all pretty cautiously. So. I mean, he's a 4.5 pounder away from.
Not a bad one. I don't think he'll.
And he knows with every cast he's targeting a smallmouth, which will just fight different. They'll miss the topwater probably a little bit more than a largemouth would.
He had one like this on a couple hours ago, and he had a moment of honesty. He said, honestly, I can't ever tell how big they are. He said, I could say it's a big one, but I just don't know.
Guess that's a good problem to have, though.
You know, one thing I want to mention, you look at this river system here, I'm not going to say it can't get rough, you know, because of wind and stuff, but there's fisheries we go to up north where we get, weather cancellation days due to wind. And I don't think, I think it could blow almost hurricane level here, and it would still be safe to operate. You know, that's a consideration, you know, where if you go to Champlain's and the St. Lawrence, Lake Ontario's and stuff.
Oh, yeah. St. Clair.
Somebody sneezes and there's 4-footers out
there.
Don't get too close to a barge.
Yeah.
That is true.
You got bluffs on either side, kind of knocking the wind down.
Between the tracks.
I have seen more anglers beach their boat and take cover for storms, though. I remember having to do that in a camera boat with Jordan Lee when he was in the thick of a
you can't
when we had everybody back at the dock.
Yeah, when it was just, I mean.
That was the year we weighed in at the.
It just rides the river because it's between those two bluffs, like you said, Tommy. It's just.
The year we weighed him in at the ballpark, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hellebuck, big bag of the day, 16-14, 51 pounds, 4 ounces.
That did help him, that last one.
Yeah, 4 ounces maybe.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Still got room to grow there. Looking at pictures of the Big Apple here, you know, there's a whole lot more to the state of New York than New York City. I mean, this is one of the biggest hunting and fishing states in America. I promise you, I have seen it all. And so many of the lakes up here, the fabulous lakes. 6 of the Bassmaster's top 100 bass lakes in 2023 are up here, with St. Lawrence topping the entire list. 70,000 miles of rivers, 7,500 lakes and ponds, and man, you can fish all the way from Buffalo on Erie out west all the way over to the Adirondacks and Lake Champlain. I love New York is what bass fishermen say. That is for sure. We're great to have them as a partner with these Opens coverage. Hope you're having a great weekend, great Saturday here at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 on the Mississippi River. Across Wisconsin, our live coverage presented by Minn Kota. It's been a great, great final day here. It's been a great 3 days. Started out with 210 boats. We're down to 10 pros. on this final day, and Chris Hellebuck was the #1 angler after 2 days of competition, and after 2 days and, well, let's call it 2.5 days. He is still the man on top, though not by as much as he was an hour ago. Garrett Paquette just caught the big fish of the day, right, Such? Is it not?
Yes, sir. 4.5 pounder.
Yeah, that's our Phoenix Boats big bass of the day. To cut into that lead he has over the field by a pound. So it could be the Michigan State Championship along with everything else we got going on out here.
And another storyline that we need to keep an eye on is day 1 leader Chris Beaudrie. Came into today second, only 2 ounces behind. He had a limit earlier today, but if you're looking and you've tuned back in this afternoon, you're like, well, he only has 4 now. He actually threw back 3 keepers, went back to just 2 fish in the live well, his 4+ and his 3+. Those were both A-OK and healthy, and ended up having a live well problem. And so now he's building his way back up. He's got 2 more keepers, so he's up to 4. And I think I'm getting a flag.
I think he just
down.
caught his last or his 5th fish, 2-pounder.
Then that would be, he's worked his way back into the top 4.
Those last 3 were, nothing's over 2 pounds, so he needs to replace those
Still
again.
not really coming from anything specific, just kind of one here, one there. Don't really know where it's coming from.
Exactly where I told him the fish would be, too. They've been there every time.
They're definitely still just roaming around here.
Right there every time. Exactly where they'd be. Yeah. They weren't. I had one come off as 2.5 pounds, wouldn't help me any. And then, yeah, I've got almost 15. And I've lost a 5 and a 4. You can do the math real fast. I know already it's cost me classic. Unless somebody's gonna drop 19 or 20 that was in front of me. And that's what hurts right there. Because it ain't got nothing to do with the money, I can promise you. I give a crap less about the money. Because I've made the right decisions all day and I've not executed it. And it's hard, I know it's hard on a frog, but it shouldn't be that bad. And I lost one about 3 this morning early. That one there was nothing I could really do about it. It was way back in a mat. Yeah, I think my scale says 1410. It didn't look like 1410 to me, but.
Matt Adams had one of our 5 18-pound plus bags yesterday, jumped from 47th to 7th, helped himself immensely in the EQ points. Tied for 10th now with Bo Browning.
Well, he's gained a couple of points
Yeah,
today,
he's
so it
gained
may be
some
solo
today.
ninth
He
place
stays
right
there.
now. So, yeah. For now, not official till weigh-ins done.
Danny
All of that.
McGeary, first time seeing him today. I think he locked up to pool 7, or if he didn't, he got up to the break wall.
The only one without a limit, 3 fish. And 4.
Keeper number 3.
3.
Just a little cute one. It's all right. Anything's good on Championship Saturday. Oh, yeah.
Got to see
15
Danny fish on Championship Saturday at Logan Martin a couple events ago, a river as well, Coosa River. And I just realized this today, Tommy. His face looks a little different now, but a couple years ago he was clean shaven and just a little kid fishing with Cooper Gallant. They're both from Canada. They were high school partners, and when I met them at the championship in 2015, they were both youngins, and they're still young, but Danny is now trying to make his way to the Elite Series like Coop did just a few years ago, and he's obviously shown promise with a couple top 10s this year, but yeah, his beard threw me off. I was like, how do I know this guy?
He says, I need to grow a beard or else Ronnie Moore will recognize me.
I owe him $10.
He came to the States years ago without a beard. Now he came back with a beard, so I think he's trying to hide. I think he's covering something up.
Oh. Brian Schmidt, how did you go about breaking down this huge fishery to figure out where you wanted to fish?
You know, for rivers, and especially this one, I kind of look at habitat and
Not current.
I want to know if I can tell by looking at Google Earth where the best habitat is. So what I mean by that, and this is what I mean by it is, the current doesn't allow habitat to get everywhere. If there's a ton of habitat, it's a little slower current, and that's where a lot of fish could spawn. So I know if the habitat's good, there's probably a big population of fish. So I start there, and that's just kind of been my formula on all rivers, especially this one. So I started in 8 near the Stoddard area, which is an incredible spawning area, a lot of habitat. And, both times that's kind of where I started fishing. But there's places like it on 7, and there's places like it on 9 that I would like to sample one day. If I could ever get there without pressure on me with points and stuff.
And I've dumped a 5 and a 4 today. So to say that tension is a little bit higher right now is probably an understatement. I just dumped one about 5, which is by far the biggest fish I've seen. And oh God, and as I missed one, which is by far the biggest fish I've seen in multiple days out here. I can't complain. I'm fishing on Championship Saturday, but I'm kind of tired of being in the top 10 and squandering opportunities, and I've done it again today so far, so I've got to find a way here in the last couple hours I feel like I need 18 to have any chance. I don't know what everybody else has got, but, and unfortunately I've already seen 18. And so it's a little bit difficult in this boat right now.
5 and a 4, maybe closer to 19 he would have had if he got both those in.
Those are giants.
And might need 19.
Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like he's got the same frustration level if he was called out on a check swing, Tommy. He didn't feel like he fully committed to it, and they still rung him up,
He's got
I think we still don't know what he does for relaxation. I'll just put it that way.
Nope.
Watch Alabama football, probably.
So, yeah.
Number 4. We're not getting the size we need, but if that is a bass, that is one I don't think it's a bass.
He posts daily on social media, and I enjoy watching him break down everything and what happened to him, good and bad, and how it looks and what weight. He was just hoping he'd get 5 3-pounders. He had not seen anything much over 3.
We sample, and move on in practice. And then, on a river, especially you get a couple bites close, there's probably a little population there. And once you settle in there for the tournament, 3-pounder, 3.5, and that's why these weights are so good, because guys have really settled down on a few key places. But I'm telling you guys, these weights are just really, really good for this place. I don't think there's ever been weights like this.
Yeah, it's 60 pounds wins 4-day tournaments.
Right.
Would you have 62, I think, when you won, right? 2
Yes, sir.
63?
63.4, we've seen Ish, I think it was about 65.
Well, and it's crazy. You could come here the second week of September 4 years in a row, and the weights, it'll be 17 a day to win. It'll be 15 and a half a day to win. Like, it'll change, but it's just, how did the winter go? How's the current flow? Like, all those types of things that come in.
It's on an uptick right now. This is impressive to me. He's push-pulling around.
Yeah, I saw that.
Being real quiet. Oh.
Also down there in the lower part of Pool 8. A little bit of company.
Arizona.
Right. Ooh. Usually we say that's Dave Mercer.
Folks at home will agree with me here. It's rare when you see this many frogfish come back and eat it again.
Oh, yeah.
You're on a good place when you see that. I mean, it's such a rare thing. It's like the 3rd one I've seen now, he caught real big one
big,
that ate
yes.
it and missed it and threw back in there.
And I think he hit him.
I did too.
I think he hit him and lost him. So it might have been two big ones or the same one bit again. But yeah, he hit him and it still came back.
Cody Stahl just a little bit out of, well, he's just a touch out of the top 5 there. Looking to get into that top 5 right now. Chris Hellebuck, though, hanging on top of there. Garrett Paquette has moved on up there, and Josh Butler solid all day long. Some great stories working out here and plenty more to come. Now we're watching it all play out on Championship Saturday here on the Upper Mississippi River, the St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 Reels. Beautiful shots we're seeing. That looks like that was from yesterday evening. Maybe it was. Too good to leave that out of the show, though. That's very beautiful stuff. And perfect weather, it seems like. Had a little rain this morning, but not enough to interfere. Maybe enhance the fishing. You never know. But it's an incredible fishery and so many places to go. Places you can run away and hide, but it's hard to score-wise, to weight-wise, run away from the crowd. But I tell you what, our leader has done a pretty good job of it for most of the day.
It's also a very vital part of the country for so much shipping. You see the trains going down the east side of the river down there, and you have the barges carrying stuff on the Mississippi. There's a big waterway that is fun to be around. Looks like Engler is at the lock, maybe in the lock.
Getting out to Cody Stahl, you know, shipping, you talk about the importance of shipping. All these locks and dams, all the way down to St. Louis, what, 30 of them, are, the Corps stresses it's not for flood control. They can't control the flood. It's to facilitate shipping. It's all about those boats, those boats going through those locks. That's why they have priority.
Come on, get out of there. Come on. Come on. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Look at that one. That'll help.
Yeah.
And that's not the one from earlier because the pontoon's not there.
That's a 4-pounder.
Right where that other one popped out of. Right?
Wow.
Just about.
He caught a 4.6 earlier. I think it's bigger.
That's a big fish. Looks like he's throwing a bigger frog as well. So his whole game is the bigger baits.
He started 5th, only 9 ounces back of the.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We talk about the Mississippi River and how many places you can catch 30, 40, 50 fish in a day. I called Cody last night and talked to him.
Off of them. I got 2 that are
13 ounces back of each other.
And he said, I've got a couple areas that are 1 or 2 fish spots. And I was like, what do you, I mean, explain that, because it's hard to find a 1 or 2 fish spot on the Mississippi River. There's going to be more. And it's, I'm assuming, and I believe based on what he said, it's these push pole spots. And he's caught 3 within sight of this little bitty clump.
A little bigger fish too.
That went in as a 5-0, got him to 2nd place with 15-15.
Wow. If that's a 5, the other one's bigger than 4.6.
He's got a 1.15 in there, a 2.2 and a 2.8 on his bass trap.
Dangerous to me.
Oh, what the hell?
13 ounces back to start the day, and he's frogging in the slop.
Yes, sir.
Everybody I watch, I think they could win.
Yeah,
Is that bad?
No, I think that's great.
We're trying to call it. We have no idea who to lean towards.
If you think everybody's going to lose, you turn off your TV. We want people thinking like you.
Like Cody Meyer, he could just start catching 4-pounder. Like it's.
And
I don't know. If that went in as a 5, that other one's bigger than 4.6, I would say.
Cody Stahl, great story. Had a rough start down at Okeechobee, about as rough as it can be, about 180 something, I think. And came back, got him a 12th place at Ouachita, 20th at Santee, 13th at Logan, and then 25th at Eufaula. That's a comeback.
Wow.
Run there he had middle of the year.
He's been in now he's in the 20s in the points race.
Yeah,
he's had a little bit of a setback at St. Clair and Leach, compared to his hot start, but This kid has came through the rain. That is
You
a
think that's
5-pounder.
bigger than the second one he just caught?
That's his biggest one of the day.
That's bigger than the one he just put in.
Yeah, 100%.
Look like it.
So this morning didn't really go to plan. It was a lot tougher with the overcast skies and rain. They just want, but I just had a lot where they just, would nail the crap out of it and just would not get it. Don't think he's gonna help. It's pretty thick with William.
It's like a test.
I thought cameraman John Scippione was calling the hogs.
But yeah, they just weren't committing to it. Had a lot of bites. I lost one good one. Yeah, he's not gonna help.
Wisconsin just scored a field goal against Alabama. That's what.
Had a couple good ones roll on it, just didn't get it. And so I ended up catching, I filled my limit and caught one decent one. And I bailed until the sun popped out, and just on that big swim bait, a lot of times you need the sun for them to commit. Even though it's been a morning deal, it's just still too dark. And so I come over here to my frog hole. I caught one good one here yesterday and had some 2-pounders. I lost one big one. I barely skin hooked them. I pull up to the same hole and I throw in there and hook one real big one. It comes off. It was giant. And I throw back in there and catch another, catch one about 4.5 probably on the very next cast. And then he's in there and a little bit closer and had another pretty good one roll all over it, but I didn't hook him. He just sucked it under. So, and I just kind of, I don't know, I've probably been here for about 2 hours now, just easing around, and taking my time, being real quiet, pulling around. And I just caught one probably about 4 a few minutes ago. And then I probably caught like 5 or 6 fish, all 2.5 pounds. That didn't help in the last 10 minutes, including that one I just caught. But we're gonna keep easing around and being real quiet and just dissecting every little piece of grass in here. There's a pile of fish in here. There's some good ones mixed in, but you just gotta put it in front of a big one and hope I can get them in the boat. I've been hearing them blow up further back in there, having a party, so we're about to go into the jungle and have a party with them.
He does not need to leave this
I'll
area.
probably circle back to my starting
5,
area
a 4,
after
and
this.
big ones
Now that the sun's
yesterday.
starting to come out, it looks like it's going
The only thing is he's got to be back at 2:30, so he's got 2.5 hours to be back at the dock for first flight, since everyone's due back at 2:30. So I don't know what the process is in 9, but if he is down in 9, you know.
I think he's in 8.
Oh, you
I think he's
okay.
in, I think, yeah,
He's back in.
just down the lower end of 8.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, then if that's the case, he's going to have the full time.
Let's get back up to Josh Butler. He hasn't ventured too far from the takeoff today. He is not a big one for burning gas on a Saturday, I guess.
Why are you going to go recruit people up in Massachusetts when you got Alabama football players down the road? I mean, that's just his thought process, you know.
My map shows Stahl not too far from Hellebuck. Same route, general vicinity.
Josh Butler was our first guy to start really catching him steady this morning.
Right out the gate.
Right when we went on the air. This was earlier.
And he did it cranking, something that he's mixing in today, you know, probably going through similar areas he's gone through all week, Brian, but it's good to probably show him something different at a certain point.
100%. That's a big thing to maximize what you have. I did the same thing at Lake Champlain this year. I fished one area for 3 days, you know, at different times, and I thought I had caught them all. And the third day I made a bait change and caught them better than I had all week. So give them a different look all the time is a big deal, especially if you know there's some fish there. He's definitely loving these bridges. There's, you know, choke down points, a little bit of current.
Josh Butler, of course, the winner. Logan Martin already headed to the Classic, booked his place at Lake Ray Roberts for 2025 there in March. But,
he jumped into the Open. He had fished an Open at Logan Martin in the past when we were there. I believe Justin Atkins won that tournament a couple years ago, but fully decided to commit and switch over to fish the Opens this year in pursuit of the Classic and the Elites. And for a while there, Tommy, until we got to St. Clair and Leach, he was right there in the thick of the top 5 and had both goals in his sights, but just 1 or 2 stubs of the toe in a 9-event season, it still will burn you.
Yeah, had good tournament, Washita. Yeah, the last 2 events have been tough for him. Keep tabs on Josh Butler. He had some optimistic things to say about his prospects this afternoon, and we will see if he is yet to land on his main juice. He may not yet have done that, but he's caught some good ones this afternoon. Chris Hellebuck, all smallmouths. Cody Stahl, all largemouth, as far as I can tell.
Looks like it.
I believe he is.
All largemouth today. So that's an interesting story for number 1 and number 2 there. Garrett Paquette, the Michigander, right in the mix there, and Butler 4th, and Chris Beaudrie trying to work his way back. He's up to 5th as it stands now. St. Croix Bassmaster Opens presented by 7. This is the Upper Mississippi. Always love coming here. Live pictures brought to you by Minn Kota on this day, this championship Saturday. Started way back in February with the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens down in Lake Okeechobee. We are still going, and we won't be done until next month. October gets here when we wrap it up out in South Carolina. We had an earlier stop in South Carolina at Santee Cooper.
We
had a great tournament
3
there.
days live.
Yeah.
Everybody says, can we do the Opens for 3 days? Well, on the last one, where all the marbles, we'll be able to be with our top 10 in the points race going into it on day 1, and then see how it goes from there.
John Engler might have a good one on there.
Yes, sir. Showing him back up in 8 now.
Not as big as I thought it was. But I think he's bigger than what I was catching. 262.
He has not moved.
Get over to our leader, Chris Hellebuck. Talked about Cody Stahl and his all largemouth, we believe. Of course, Hellebuck with all smallmouth.
Not too far apart.
No, not too far apart, really.
Either one of them catch a big one, it's gonna get pretty interesting.
We were asking ourselves, had an elite been one with all smallmouth at this before, and we couldn't quite figure it out. And Tripp Weldon texted us, said he thought it might have been Tommy Biffle.
Yeah.
With his wobblehead lure back in 2013, I guess it might have been.
I forgot about that.
The Pollen Lake Derby.
Oh my gosh, come here.
This
oh
is,
my gosh, that's a giant.
Oh boy.
Oh my gosh, come here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's a giant. Oh my gosh. Come here, come here, come here. Yes! Yes, that's a good one.
Wow.
Yes! Gosh, that's what we needed.
Oh boy.
Come on. Oh my gosh, that's a good one.
That fish was not getting off.
You said it, Brian. If he catches a 4-pounder, he feels a little bit more safe, or you feel safe for him. We'll see if this is 4.
Man, that's a good fish. I'd have to say it's all over it.
That one will definitely help. Not as much as I thought, but that will definitely help.
Don't hold out on us now.
That is number 5. Number 5's yellow.
That's a big, big hole for him.
Form change will get him right around 18 pounds, making it way more difficult for the rest of the field.
Yes, sir. That's a big. Things were getting pretty close. There were some guys which absolutely still got a lot of time to fish, but he helped his odds out tremendously right there. I wish he would give us a
side by side.
Yep, that looks like it'll help just a little bit.
I wish he wouldn't hold out on the weight he'd been telling us all day when this is the one we actually care about, brother.
Yeah. It might not be as big as I thought there. He laid it next to the other one. Definitely a few ounces for sure.
Oh, there we go.
Wait a minute.
Retirement is treating Mark Zona well.
Floating tiki hut.
The tiki. They got a slide.
Oh, man.
We got to hear the music.
They're listening to the Alabama game. She's saying something.
Speak up.
Wow.
That's a pretty good idea. Never seen a floating tiki hut before. That's, you know.
We've seen Chick-fil-A delivery boats.
Yeah.
We've seen.
Garrett's back at the lot. Doesn't look like there's a barge in it. I can't. Could you see on the other side there?
Well, you got to get it on your mind. That weigh-in is coming up just a little more than 90 minutes from now. So, yeah, if you got a big move to make, you got to be thinking about it, thinking about when you're going to make your move anyway. But we got plenty of time for more fishing as well and more movement up and down that leaderboard. Things are happening. Things are always happening on this stretch of the Mississippi River. A lot of boat traffic, a lot of recreational traffic. We just saw a floating tiki boat just a few minutes ago. But mainly we got big time fishing at the very top level going on here. St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 and Chris Hellebuck, the Michigan angler. He's in it to win it, get himself a ticket punch to the Classic next year in Texas. sitting on top as it stands now, but not safe home yet.
Not safe in this tournament, Tommy, because of how good they're catching them on this final day, but I wanted to bring it into the studio at the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge to talk about Chris Hellebuck's heck of a comeback in the second half of this Open season. Started off a little topsy-turvy at the beginning of the year, but looking at his average finish. So this is our 8th event of the season. So his first 4 events, that would be Okeechobee, Ouachita, Santee Cooper, Logan Martin. 97th was his average finish. He had one good finish in that first 4 event stretch, and that was Logan Martin at 12th place. But we see the last 4 events, counting this week, with St. Clair, Leech Lake, Eufaula, Oklahoma, and the La Crosse, Wisconsin event this week, he's got an average of 58th. And that may not seem like a huge jump, but that is 200 points roughly that he is gaining with the second half above average finishes, just outside of check range on average. And then we look a little bit further. He's had one bad event out of the last 5, so he's on a pretty good streak. Counting this week, 4 of the last 5 events have been very good for him. 12th at Logan Martin, he had that 156 at Eufaula, Oklahoma, a 23rd at St. Clair, which he would consider his home lake for the season, 52nd at Leech, and first so far with just a few hours left of fishing. So for a guy who's maybe trying to make a name for himself, trying to make it to the Bassmaster Classic, trying to build momentum into next year, he went from maybe not fishing some of these lakes across the country to getting experience there, starting to learn some lessons, and really gaining good steam as he came to his neck of the region, but also still fishing lakes like Leech and other lakes that he probably hasn't fished much. So good momentum for Chris Hellebuck, and could take him to the winner's circle today with how good he's done. And he has not wavered. That's the one thing that's impressive. He had guys, he had Paquette catching him beside of him. There's probably other things in your gut that's saying maybe someone's catching him on a frog. He has stuck to his popper, he has stuck to his jig, and he has really, really cashed in so far this week.
Now to Danny McGarry, we've got a couple from Georgia, a couple from Michigan, a couple of Alabama anglers in our top 10. We have one Canadian, and that is Danny McGarry. Bowmanville, Ontario, which is also the hometown of an elite angler, Cooper Gallant.
Got a Canadian in our top 10 of EQ points. Evan Kung, but he fell. Pretty rough tournament, 8th to 3rd.
Come on, critter.
Now, is he in 7, or is he back down? Ooh.
He's back down to 10th now.
No, pool 7. Pool 7.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me refresh the map and see if he's locked back down yet.
Some footage from earlier today with Danny McGarry. We didn't get some of that footage in early.
It looks like he is. It looks like he is back in 8. Yes, but he did make that initial run to 7 earlier this morning. Did look like some of this frog footage was in 7 and then coming back down to 8. These last couple fish, the jig fish, certainly in the same area he is right now.
I still got him with 4 fish on the day, so he's got definitely room to grow. Had, as Ronnie mentioned, the 9th place at Logan Martin earlier this year. Good tournament, Eufaula as well.
I like the schedule that Hank Weldon put out there this year for the Opens. Really diverse. We had 8 different states. The only state that duplicates is Santee Cooper and Lake Hartwell for South Carolina, but that is a early March and a mid-October, so it's not like you're in the same season. And these Opens anglers going to the Elite Series, they get the test of pre-spawn, spawn, summer fishing, smallmouth, fall fishing as well. So,
how many the Elites? You've earned it.
It's a good test. I mean, all 9 from the Opens last year made the Classic for next year.
That's what I was going to say, and I would venture to say almost all the guys that are coming in this year are going to make the Classic again. Just looking at some of those names, it's the talent is just unbelievable.
You were talking about earlier on our FS1 broadcast with you, Brian, about what you thought of the schedule for next year. Speaking of next year's schedule, did we mention the fact that we're going to be going to a Tidewater, Atlantic Ocean sort of a situation there, Albemarle Sound? And Have you ever fished there?
I have, yes, sir. I fished an event there years ago. I've always wanted an event while I'm on the Bassmasters to be on the, the Potomac or the Upper Chesapeake or the James River, one of these really core tidal waters for me. But this is one that I've secretly wanted.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So very excited for that one. I think it's going to catch a lot of people off guard on how good that place really, really is. It's going to show out at that time, barring any kind of goofy weather, a flood or something like that. But super, super excited for the schedule, and that is one that I'm very, very excited
April
about.
10th ought to be a good time to be there.
Oh my!
Where's it going to be won at? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to. You don't have to say that.
It's tidal, but it's a small tide. It is. It's not a big. It's not a big amount of flow.
More Winyah Bay sort of situation.
Sir. Yep.
Yeah.
But it's cool. Like you could catch a bass, a flounder, a redfish. It's pretty cool.
But big redfish over there. Yeah.
Big redfish, but there is some absolute giants in there, and I don't know. It's the closest thing I'll have to a local event since I've been on the Elites. I think I could be there in a little under 4 hours, and probably gonna go put a little time in there before cutoff. So.
Pasquotank River and Albemarle Sound, Elizabeth City, April 10th through the 13th. Third stop of the year for the Elites next year.
Can you name, because this will tell you how much research you've done, can you name who the last Bassmaster winner was at the Pasquotank River and Albemarle Sound?
I think it was a classic, and I actually watched this recently.
I think you're thinking of the Currituck Classic, which is in that same region of the 1980s and somewhere around there. But 1981, Basil Bacon is the last winner. Guess who was second and third?
I'm gonna say Roland, maybe Rick Clunn.
Rick Clunn and Larry Nixon.
Larry.
Holy cow! Talk about three standouts.
Yeah, I'd like to see, I might not do good there, but I'd like to see it get some good exposure.
Yes.
I'd like the tidal waters to get some good exposure.
I really enjoyed that Winyah Bay event. That was cool.
And it's cool because it's massive, right? So like we might not have to be on top of each other. You can find fish to yourself. It's incredible. It's an incredible playing field.
That's what I love about even this place with locks. You have the strategy. You have a guy like Scott Canterbury who could be all the way in the Cooper River at Winyah Bay, and Stetson Blaylock, who's not far. And Scott has enough weight to win, but while he's running for an hour and 15 minutes, Stetson catches a fish that wins it for him. It's like one of those deals of, do you spend more time fishing for maybe smaller fish, or do you make a long run and hope that while you're running, your competitors aren't catching?
Yeah,
that was a good fifth fish for McGarry there.
That was.
That's a good way to lock down your limit. Well, I'm looking forward to that. I always like to see these new places.
And I heard that St. John's River was out of Jacksonville. No, I'm just kidding. It's not. But it always is a little bit different at the St. John's, depending on weather, depending on playing field, which lakes you choose to be in.
Well, that 2025 season will be on us before we know it, although not fast enough for our special guest here, who misses the competition. He confessed to us during the break.
Terribly.
He said he's got to have something to get that stimulation going. So we know it's going to be fun when we get going on 2025, but we got more to settle in 24 when we come back. La Crosse, Wisconsin, our fantastic host city, such a great place. Just a real friendly town and college town and all that. Lots of entertainment, lots of attractions around here, but bass fishing, boy, that is a big attraction. And people from all over the world come here to bass fish because they catch so many fish, and that's what we've been seeing pretty much without any lulls today. There's been like a moment or two when they weren't catching fish, but it has been hot and heavy pretty much all day long. You've got 10 anglers out there. They've got less than an hour and a half fishing time where they have to be at the weigh-in, which starts check-in and start of the weigh-in shortly after 2 o'clock. Central Time, 3 Eastern.
I think last time we were here in 2022, it was a homecoming party for Mark Frazier, who is from Georgia, because he played minor league baseball for the
That's right.
lacrosse loggers or whatever
The
they're called.
loggers, yeah.
I remember.
That's for sure.
So far we're doing all right. I just locked up from pool 9. I'm back in the pool. We launching at 8 here. We got a little under 2 hours left of fishing. I got one real good one, 2 3-pounders, and then two 2-pounders. So I'm gonna kind of do some off-the-wall things here for the last little bit and try to catch one more or maybe even 2 more 4-pounders and try to make this thing interesting. But it's been a fun day so far. Missed a few, caught a bunch, and it's just a fun week. I mean, this place is so full of fish. So I think every stop we've made today, we've caught fish. So it's been fun, but 1 or 2 more big ones would, kind of be the cherry on top. So that's what we're gonna do here.
Keep our eyes on Garrett Paquette. He's made a move.
Big time.
During this tournament. I mean, he is up into 12th place, and he started in 10th place today. Today's
been really nice.
Gained some ground just on this day.
It's probably cost me a good 4 to 5 hours of fishing, maybe.
Yeah.
This week total, just having to wait for locks and the barges and all that stuff. And today, I think, coming and going, I've spent less than 15 minutes in the locks or waiting for the locks. So that's made things nice for me. Just having more of a, more time to just fish and not stress. And it's been smooth sailing today.
If he moves up to second, Tommy, doesn't win the event but gets second, he'll improve 8 points, which would put him tied with Bobby Bakewell for 11th. He would move all the way up to tied for 11th, which may not seem like a lot, but the closer you can get to that other group, if they're 60 points ahead and they stumble,
points.
yeah, they
Browning
stumble.
and Matt Adams. Yeah, right, exactly.
The difference is you go catch
220 boats. Yeah,
you go catch 2 10-pound bags at Hartwell, and Paquette catches 2 13-pound bags at Hartwell. There's your 60-something spots.
Yeah.
Like and that's very doable. Like someone in our race is going to have 2 10-pound bags and get 88th place, and someone's going to get a top 20, and there's your 68 points.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
There's going to be some slippage too, like some severe slippage. So if he could, he's done his job here this week. He has a legit chance going into Hartwell. A single point could mean the world. That's something, my first year on Elites, I wish somebody would have coached and counseled me on how every point truly mattered, because I was from a different circuit that had 180 to 200 boats, and you could have a disaster, and then you just have a top 10, and
It negates it.
Yeah,
And
you need a top 10 and a top 20 to wipe out a bottom 10. Yeah.
So my mentality was always zero or hero. I didn't care. Like I would bomb a few, but I would always hit a few, and it would keep me in the classics or the cups. And it's not the same. So the first year on Elites, that I had that mentality, and it did not work.
66th place in points, I believe.
So since then, we just.
I think you also got stuck at Santee. Every single tournament I picked you in fantasy, you didn't make it back to weigh-in. So I was very frustrated with you that year, your first year, and I had high expectations.
So.
That's a lesson
I
learned.
was going to catch them big time at that Santee event if that didn't happen. That is such a swing right there. Like almost dead last.
I did a story with the Brownings, and Stephen Browning, Opens winner, told his son Bo, who rooms with Easton Fothergill, the only advice you could give me, he couldn't tell him any fishing tips, is get your points. If you're only going to catch 12 pounds, sometimes, you do that, you do the bill low and 12 pound to death, and sometimes it turns into 14 or 15, and you get your points every event.
It's a fine line. So, I think I've won more events because of my mentality of I don't care. I'm going for this.
Yes.
But I don't think that in today's definitely in today's world, you cannot sustain a career with that mentality. Like, you might win one, but in 2 years you're going to be kicked off the leagues.
Yeah.
In an elite event, 100 boats. We have our definition of what a bomb is, looking at the points. What does an angler consider a bomb? For Brian Schmidt, if this is below this number.
80 or worse is a bomb, for sure. I mean, you know, a couple times this year I was maybe in the 90s after the first day and jumped to above that the second day. Didn't make the cut, but saved, you know, 20, 30 points, and that allowed me to have a chance to make the Classic going in the last few. But yeah, you need every single point.
Some footage earlier, Chris Beaudrie's day one leader with 19 pounds on day number one, certainly having a terrific tournament, but
came back a little bit with 15 and change on day two, slid back to the field, but only 2 ounces out of the lead. And then today, like, he started well, Tommy, but to have that fluke thing, that's just, yes, he doesn't want to weigh those 3 fish in that he had to throw back to continue his day, but it's kind of a weird mental restart. You get uneasy again, Brian. You did your job, you caught a limit, now you're like, oh, I just undid my job.
Especially on the final day, and you got a chance to win. It's, you know, he's held it together pretty good here, but that's a lot to come back from, like you said. Even though those 3 let go, we're not going to win him this event. It changes. Okay, I only got 2 in the live well.
Instead of fishing for upgrades the rest of the day, you're like, well, I still need to kind of go secure a limit.
Get a
and
limit,
then, you know.
At first, you're like, oh, that's only 3 bites, but.
And Chris Beaudrie, I talked to him on the phone. So in 2022, he led the Chesapeake Bay by 5, 6, 7 pounds, something like that, going in the final day, running away with it, had 2 flawless days, done by 8 o'clock basically each day. He had 1 fish or so on the final day, Tommy, and gave it up. We watched it. JT Tompkins won that event. What a weird tournament that was, because even Trey Swindle was like second, and he didn't even fish the final day because of the insurance deal. So what a weird tournament. Beaudrie said, I learned my lesson because I would come back to the ramp after an hour of fishing and just be close to the ramp. But in this tournament, when it caught 19 pounds in the morning on day one, I kept practicing so I'd have more areas, and this is one of the areas he found.
This is one he needs for sure. Yeah. As long as it's a keeper.
That'll go. Crushed it.
So this is that area, Ronnie, that he said he.
So he had 19 pounds on day one, had about 15 pounds of smallmouth that didn't even help him. So he, instead of burning down that area, once some pressure left it, he went and practiced, found this frog area, needed it yesterday, needed this spot. And now he's obviously going to cull and upgrade here with it right now.
At 10 ounces, but looking at his deficit,
That
he
bite
needs
is
a little more
awesome.
than 17 1/4 to get back up there with halibut.
Yeah, it needs something big and good to happen in the minutes, which are ticking away as we speak right here. We got a little more than an hour travel time included, less than an hour for the majority of our 10 anglers left on this final day. We're going to see how well they manage their time and what they can get done in that short period of time to change their outlook before this all-important day is over. Final hour of fishing coming your way here, St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 on the Mississippi River, pools 7, 8, and 9, live coverage, presented by Minn Kota on this day. We sure appreciate it. It's been fun bringing all these days of open coverage to you throughout the season, going all the way back to February. A reminder, next month we're going to have 3 full days. All of the action, the final open of the year, Lake Hartwell in South Carolina. Chris Hellebuck, Michigan still the man on top, a 2-pound lead it is estimated, ahead of Cody Stahl. Cody Stahl, who has made a good surge from midday on today, definitely made himself part of the conversation. He is he's keeping Mr. Hellebuck honest.
Gosh.
I mean a giant.
I knew it was going to happen. I still got scared.
All right, come on, hit it again.
That's God dang, dude. Get back in there. Come on. God, he come clean out of the water, dude. Did you see the hole it made?
That's the cast right there. I think the fish jumped that way.
Got it. Oh, good.
That's a big one.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. Yes! Ooh. It's not a 5-pounder, but it's a coal, baby.
It's a good one. Pretty good backup spot.
Not too bad. Kind of looks like the matted grass he was fishing in the Susquehanna on the Chesapeake.
Yeah.
He was waiting his frog to pull some more cheese with him, you know.
Almost 16 now.
16. He might be a little closer than the
Yeah. He's 16. That's way more than what he's listed at.
Just kicked it out of the water.
So that's the miss. Oh, Lord.
Violent.
That is violent.
I mean, when they're hungry, they...
You see how fun it is in here watching, but then also how terrible it is that we can't go do that right now.
It really is. I feel like driving there like tomorrow.
All right, we put that in as a 310, 3 pounds, 10 ounces. He's up to 15.6. He's 114 back of Hellebuck. He started the day 2 ounces behind him, remember.
Wow.
Well, I thought I heard him say that puts us at 16.
16.
Well, 15.6, he's low.
Uh-huh.
He's low a little bit.
He's, all right, so I'm going to say we got 2 guys that are bite away.
Mm-hmm.
That are behind the leader.
Cody and Beaudrie.
Yeah.
Garrett might need 2. Oh, he's shaking.
Oh, yeah. It's like you doing the split ring challenge a couple minutes ago in studio.
All Hellebuck's fish are over 3 pounds. Beaudrie has a 2.0 and a 2.8 still in there. So,
yeah, his 214 from earlier, after he had to throw those 3 fish back, I talked to the cameraman and figured out that 4 is definitely 4 and change, and that 214 he says is much closer to 3.5. So to think he's got basically 2 fish for 8 pounds, and now he needs these other 3 to be 9 pounds. That's doable here, especially with how many 3-pounders and swimming around.
Good for him to find this backup spot, because I know, like Ronnie said, he had a commanding lead on a Chesapeake where he just needed a small limit to close it out, and it didn't work out. It looks like he learned from that here, and I'm gonna tell you something else. Like I said earlier, he's pretty dang on good in this heavy grass. Like, you know, you look at this massive playing field. There's stuff like this everywhere. But to find it, you know, 2 events now, he's found the big ones in this stuff. There's a science behind it. When you know, especially when you have that much of it. That was a heck of a bite, man. I got a love-hate with the frog. When I won my first tournament on a frog, you know, a while back, and that was it. I threw a frog for years and years.
Never could
never could
claim
duplicate
that.
it.
No.
It, you know, the weather had to be perfect.
I was going to ask you what you would be doing out here today.
Probably everything you've seen. You know, I enjoy every style I've seen. The only thing I haven't seen a lot of is the swim jig chatterbait. You know, swim jig, vibrating jig. I feel like that's somewhere on this fishery to be found.
I mean, think about Cody Stahl today, who's now bumped down to third. We saw him throwing a 6-inch swim bait, you know, with a treble hook. I think he had multiple, but I think he mentioned, you know, the coal shad. That was one he was throwing. And then we saw him catch one on a bladed jig. We saw him catch one on a Carolina rig. Then we've seen him frogging. So, like, there is a, I don't know what I'm doing, but everything I'm doing is working right type of deal here. Where it just, you keep just switching it up.
The first day when we were here last time, I had a really big first day. I caught several on vibrating jig that day, several on a frog, several on a drop shot in the grass. The second day, I think I caught them all punching and dragging a worm. Then the third and fourth day, a Carolina rig and topwater. You know, it was like, but like I feel like somewhere here there's definitely like a winding bite. You know, out there on a massive flat somewhere. You know, swim jig, vibrating jig. But like if I relate this to the Potomac, when you get into the dog days of summer, September, you know, the grass is at its fullest, the thickest. You win frogging or flipping, period. If you're going to win an event, when the grass is at its fullest, that's what you're going to do. But we don't have these smallmouth. You know, that's the only difference. So, but you're going to frog or you're going to flip, and you see what he's getting to blow up on the frog.
Well, that was one of the best topwater sequences we've ever had there, as far as a miss and a catch follow-up was just really amazing. And Chris Beaudrie making himself a part of the conversation after a huge setback earlier today. Man, what a great story he has got going. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 on the Mississippi River in La Crosse, Wisconsin, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Your shot of our host city there, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Always appreciate the enthusiasm of the folks who love bass fishing in Wisconsin and across the river as well. Minnesota, all these places. Very popular up here, and you can see why. They got a great place to go and do it.
Tommy,
Upper Mississippi.
Just imagine your parents moving to La Crosse, Wisconsin, and then you're born into that, and you get to fish here all the time, and just no rhyme or reason.
You'd be spoiled.
I mean, goodness gracious.
Compared to a lot of folks, you would be. Chris Beaudrie, one of the big stories of just the last few minutes. Had a big setback earlier today. Had a malfunction in one of his live wells, and had to return some fish who were doing poorly back to the water so they could swim off. And
no penalties, no
penalties for that. But he was down 3 fish all of a sudden, and that's a big loss of time. And he has regained his ground and is threatening for the lead here, and he's hooked up again.
Get in here. Let's go. Should help. Maybe, maybe not. It was fun though, regardless. I have a mess here.
I like where he's at too. I just saw the aerial when they were coming to him.
Oh yeah?
I would say he's in a really good area.
What caught your eye there?
It's just a really massive backwater. It has a lot of protection, so it can harbor a lot of fish. It looks like he's right on the outskirts of it too.
I think he said a little over 2.5.
Huh.
That'll be a half a pound, right? Upgrade.
That's big.
When you have 2 fish for 8 pounds roughly with a 4.5 and a 3.5 to start your day, that's like what other people's 3 fish are, 3 2.5s to 3 pounders. So he was ahead of the game, but
let me check on these real quick.
I mean, everything happens for a reason, and you learn. If you learn in fishing from your losses, you'll be better because of it. Think about that, Tommy. If he was, he won the Chesapeake, he wouldn't have anything to learn about. He dominated. But he took that, hey, I need to continue to expand areas because I can't rely on this honey hole all 3 days. He expands, and today he has to throw back half of his limit and needed it.
Hooked up. Had to have it. Had to have it.
And it could be the area that wins in the tournament.
He's getting some bites here.
He is. Yeah, that one.
Bass Track has him
there.
1 pound, 2 ounces back.
It's the same exact spot as the last one.
To me, that didn't look like a bass for some reason.
Cody's back to what he had started the day doing on the wing dams, fishing a bigger swim bait.
He's got about 16 pounds on Bass Track, and he's got a 115 among his 5.
Looked like a decent one.
I have to issue a correction here. I've been saying that check-in weigh-in starts at 2. It's 2:30 or 3:30
The exact same
Eastern
spot as the
time.
last one.
Started a little earlier today.
Yeah, they fish
Or
from,
later, I
They
should
fish
say.
from 6:30 to 2:30.
Yeah.
We'll end our show at 2 o'clock. So they'll have half an hour to fish or make it back.
Yeah.
Weigh-in will promptly start at the park there in La Crosse.
And that'll be right here on Bassmaster.com. So could be an exciting weigh-in.
My frog was gone, but I never felt tension. I don't know if he had it by the skirt material. Like normally when they take it down like that, you feel them pull it.
He's got to be pretty confident to make this move and be getting bit consistently, to have the confidence now that, hey, I'm just going to stay here till the end. Looks like he has a lot of water in front of him. That all looks pretty good too, so.
does go to show you how a bad day on the opens can drop you. Cliff Pace, who was in the upper 20s, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, whatever in points, had a decent limit yesterday, was prepared to weigh him in and maybe make a check, maybe have another solid finish. Instead gets locked out like Randy Howe, Jamie Bruce, some of the other guys who were only fishing one division, not all 9. Not in the points race, and he falls to 42nd in place in points. Almost dropped double of where he was, just from 1-0 on the board for a day.
Thought we had our first contestant.
John Angler here, Vinton, Iowa. Second bass entry. Got to congratulate our co-angler winner, Richard Conrad, about 20 miles away in Arcadia, Wisconsin. Oh, big fish.
That was cool how that unfolded.
Yeah. Yeah. What did I say I need? Bigger than 231. Don't think so. Oh yeah, 260.
Get him about 6 ounces, 7 ounces.
All 5 of his are between 2 and 3 pounds.
So he's the last local standing.
Yeah. He's like you. He's almost like wishing they'd continue to go back to the Mississippi River, but also not, because he's made a top 10 every time here. And at some point, you're hoping that streak doesn't end. But every year they come. John's shown up in the top 10.
I say I didn't want him to go back, but secretly I kind of did.
I think I saw a penciled-in schedule that you had requested. I think you had Champlain in June and in August.
Yep.
And then you had Mississippi River in there.
The rest of the year.
Potomac in there as well. Like I think you said Potomac in April or something.
Why not?
Dylan, my son, asked me, will they ever have a classic on the Potomac?
Weigh in at the White House, Tommy.
I was like, yeah, I'm sure they will. National Harbor, we got the National Harbor right there.
We could just have somebody volunteer to get too close to all the military stuff. They'll fire off some shots so y'all can know when to take off, you know. And
that gives you lots of stories, sidebars and stuff like that.
Suits will creep around the cannons.
3:30 p.m., I repeat, as I correct myself, I'm having earlier said 3 o'clock. It's 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. That's where the weigh-in begins. That's when check-in is scheduled for our 10 anglers on this day as well. So definitely put that on your list. Looks like it's going to be pretty tight around weigh-in time there, so it could be well worth your time. 10-man weigh-in doesn't take too long. So definitely want to check that out a little bit later on. We'll be back with more fishing, though, in the interim. Just a few minutes.
Uh-oh.
Great to have you with us for all this live coverage. We've been enjoying the day of Championship Saturday. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open at the Mississippi River. 10 anglers on this final day. And here with you this afternoon with Ronnie and Suge and myself, and our special guest, Brian Schmidt. And Brian, I wanted to ask you, we're looking forward. We can't help, but we don't want to overlook today. We don't want to get past today, but it's the last go-around, this next one. I want you to compare the volatility of this play. You know things can happen to affect the final outcome, some good, some bad. As far as missing a rotation, getting out of your timing, what's more volatile, Hartwell or the Mississippi?
Wow. You know, that's such an interesting question. Here, you're not worried about catching fish.
Right.
You're going to catch them.
You're going to catch them.
Are you going to make it back to weigh-in if you like?
Yeah, they got other problems for you here.
But we're going to keep pushing it here and see if
Hartwell could leave you high and dry for just not catching fish.
About that,
Hartwell is going to be volatile. Unfortunately, it's going to cost somebody.
See if there's some things
it's going to hurt somebody.
It's going to hurt somebody. Unfortunately, it's not going to be as easy to catch fish at Hartwell as it is here. But if you catch them, you're probably going to make it back to weigh-in, no problem.
Yeah.
So they got their work cut out on that last event. Yeah. There is no doubt about it. Hartwell's an excellent fishery. It does get a lot of attention, and you're into the tougher time of the year now. So I don't know. You know, guys that maybe gave themselves a little cushion after this event, they're going to be very happy they did so.
Wise to do so.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
He's back throwing the popper, I believe. Yep.
Just kind of dragging a Ned rig around and hoping it comes across one just right and he takes it, but other than that, it's just been tough, and we're gonna keep doing everything we can. Definitely think we've done a number on them, but I know there's still some here.
Tommy, while this is the only break in action from fish catches we've seen all day long, I wanted to update you that Memphis is beating Florida State 20-3. What? Florida State. Ooh,
Florida
State.
What's going on down there? That's a basket case.
They are going through it.
They're
going through it.
Yeah.
I think the committee's going to leave them out of the playoff this year. I got a feeling.
Got a text from Neil Paul today say he's proud to have the EQ going to be settled next month at Lake Hartwell, and then we're going back for the elites next year as well.
That's right.
What's crazy is how frequently we have bass events at Hartwell, but how next year's elite will be the first elite we've had at Hartwell since 2019. Like, we had a classic in there in 2022. We have some opens here and there in the fall, high school in the summer, things like that. But Brandon Cobb winning in April of 2019 is the last time.
It has been a while since we had it.
Green Pond Landing, what a facility. Yeah.
That is. It really is. They do it big too when we get over there. They really take care of us. It's set up for the tournament, for the big tournaments. That is for sure. It's got them too. It gets a lot of attention. You know.
We were fully prepared when Jason Christie,
you can see all the
Kyle Welcher, and Stetson Blaylock were so close in that 2022 Classic. That if there was a tie, why don't we just take the show to Green Pond? We'll have the fish out. You bring your fish back, and we'll just do the classic celebration right there at the ramp. I mean, you can have hundreds of people watch you fish right there. We'll just do it, make it happen. We avoided that, but narrowly.
Yeah, the top three within 10 ounces of each other. It's crazy.
April 24th through the 27th should be a good time.
Oh, I would say that there'll still be some spawning. There will be some getting on the herring.
Topwater bite.
There'd be no shortage of bites to be had. Might not be as many as here, but no, actually there is. There's a lot of fish in Hartwell. Really is.
And that time of the year, you just never know if it does get higher water, dirtier. If the storms come in, those rivers dirty a little bit, or a certain area.
Absolutely.
Looks like Garrett is going to be, he's close to the takeoff, but he's going to fish above the takeoff in the black to end his day.
Did some of that running around earlier this tournament, and this to me is just the best shot at doing it.
Josh back at that bridge, so he's got to be in a good mood if Alabama's
no kidding.
Just
thumping them.
Yeah, they're rolling them up.
What's strange is Matt Adams, he's frogging the thicker stuff. You would think it would get better as the day gets later, get him more under the cover, and it seems like the morning was, the hot time for him.
It's been a very slow afternoon for him.
He is going very fast through it too. Whereas like Beaudrie's going so slow frogging that almost you want that reed head with 10 feet of dogweed or duckweed.
You're thinking of the dog fennel.
Yes, I was 100% dog fennel at Hartwell, duckweed at.
Yeah, there you go.
But Matt, it seemed like he had those, reed line with 5 to 10 feet of duckweed. That was his best areas, whereas Beaudrie, it's been just chugging a frog as slow as possible through that stuff.
Butler was on fire this morning. I want to say he's got a little more weight than what he's showing too.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
Got over 16, I'm thinking.
See, Danny's fishing some kind of underwater jetty or, you know, something there. You can see the current.
Mm-hmm.
Feel good? Well, man, I'll tell you what. I don't know what to feel right now. I've been fishing here in the Black River. You know, I've missed a lot of fish today. Had a lot of bites. Caught a lot. Caught about as many as I caught the last couple days, but this really lost the size. So we got about an hour to go. Actually, right at an hour. We're close to check-in, so we got an hour of fishing. You know, I just don't feel like there's much left here. I mean, these fish got beat up really good, like I say, and I'm missing quite a few. So they're not really getting it too good. But regardless, we're going to go down swinging. We're going to fish our way all the way down to the bridge and turn around and come up. And no doubt there's enough fish in here to still win this tournament. But right now we need some luck. We need 4 big ones. It just did not get those bites so far today. But hour to go. We're not going to give up and see what we can come up with.
Got one there.
Is it decent? Yeah, it'll definitely cold. It's a 3-pounder. Gosh, that's what we need. It's a 3-pounder for sure. All right. Nice thick one. Right on cue, man. We got an hour to go. I mean, it's not a giant, but 3-pounder, that sucker is thick, I promise you guys. All right. Now, I don't even know which one we got a cold.
And falling to 9th place, may move him up a little bit there.
Yeah. Well, he says, I got time, you know.
Don't want to make it harder on yourself.
Good fish.
Trying to win $45,000 next event, so you know you don't want to lose too many points to Easton.
No, not so much. Chris Hellebuck still on top, but not by a whole lot. Chris Beaudrie, 2nd place, but needs something to happen here. He's probably going to need one more good upgrade. Cody Stahl, Garrett Paquette. Good stories for both of those guys so far this afternoon as well. And Josh Butler, steady all day long. Some folks on the run right now. Some folks still fishing hard. I would imagine most of our 10 anglers who are left out there, that's not one of them right there, are fishing hard, trying to get everything they can get out of this place that has been so good to these fishermen. So many of them here. The Tiki Bar people, they're just being good to themselves over there. Having a time on that boat. I mean, they're dancing, having fun. We've had fun today watching all this good fish catching from this incredible fishery known as the Upper Mississippi. Pools 7, 8, and 9, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Holds a big place in Bassmaster history. And a little bit of history will be written today in the 8th championship of this St. Croix Bassmaster Open season. By the end of it all, weigh-in starts at 2:30 Central Time, 3:30 Eastern. Out on the water. Over to Cody Stahl. Cody Stahl having a good day. A little bit of a slow start, and he got things rolling. And has caught some good ones.
Still has the 115.
Huh. That looks so good.
Go on.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
They gotta go.
Going to relocate closer to the weigh-in, no doubt. Maybe it'll take him that long to get there. I wouldn't think so.
No, there's no way.
No. Josh Butler. Josh in 5th place in the tournament, 20th place in points is our real-time points tracking. Shows us on Bass Track today, so it's not official.
Somebody's going to get a big bite, I think, here between now and weigh-in, and it's going to change the whole outlook here.
Yep. Oh. Well, I don't hear the Bama game playing in the background, so maybe he's getting serious. Maybe he's knuckling down here.
Yeah, he's saying that game's done.
Yeah, that's old news now.
I was honestly surprised that the Hog fans in the truck let the audio of the Bama game get played as long as they did. You know, I figured that would be an immediate mute. You know.
Yeah. They got caught off guard, I guess.
I saw this little tidbit from yesterday. Jeremiah Shaver, it was his birthday, gave himself a pretty good birthday present. 18 pounds, 10 ounces to jump from 103rd to 21st and make a check.
Wow.
Man.
45th birthday. Happy birthday, Jeremiah.
Yeah.
He also pulled double duty this week. I think he helped Hank Weldon get all the volunteers and always is so kind to all the people, housing everybody that comes into town. He's huge for the Bass Nation, all that.
And it's karma then, maybe.
Huh.
That's right.
Or
That's
just
such
he's
a big
always
bet.
on the river. I mean, it just helps. You know,
Or that.
it's not bad.
The heck? Those pike.
Cody's just, he's real serious about light line and stuff like that. You see he's taking a long, he's taking his time to make sure he's rigged up again. Everything needs to be just right. Him and some of those guys from out west, they really take their time with their line care and stuff like that. I've noticed over the years, a little more finesse-y approach.
I realized when Ronnie said he won't qualify as a rookie by making two. He's won $1.5 million over there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Cody.
Yeah.
Cody's
OG.
a stud.
OG.
Well, I know he's good.
Yeah, but he so consistent. It's unbelievable.
Did you know, Such, that Cody, coming from the West Coast, is actually related to Oscar
What's that?
Meyer? Oscar Meyer, you know Oscar Meyer, right?
I mean, we're catching a lot of fish, just kind of slow. I came back here to this backwater area.
Such, I wouldn't
Fish around the bridge.
I gave him the look.
bite on that.
First cast, caught a 2 and 260. Didn't call. I'm having a hard time catching one.
Maybe.
right now over 2 3/4. So I caught a couple of fish back here in practice, and I've lost a couple. So I'm just trying to figure out how to see if, I don't know what that is. That looked like a pike. I mean, God, they're blowing up. I know I need to catch a 4-pounder probably to move up. And right now I'm just trying to think of anything and everything to do. Try to do that. Between, I don't think that's a bass. That's a bowfin or pike or something. Gosh dang bowfin. Grinnell, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I don't know what the water level is this week.
If that's what's back here.
You know, I've seen a lot of our guys, Elite Series guys that are already on the Elite Series fish this event this week, and a lot of these rookies that are going to qualify, they're going to have, you know, passion to some of these areas they caught them, you know, this week. They're going to try to relive that, as we all do. But the cool thing about this river is it never is the same. So it's such a slight to minimal, very small chance that the water level's the same and it looks the same, and you know, it's good to get experience on it, you know, but
it's also good to hit a race after you.
A race is the biggest thing.
Yeah.
There is no waypoints that you need to save on this place.
But that's good. That keeps it new.
Yes, sir.
Fresh and everything.
This could give Cody.
It's a good one.
3/4 of a pound upgrade, maybe. It's probably at least a 2.5, 210, something like that, maybe. 115 is as small.
He's got a 2.2 as well, and a 4.650.
Get too wound up.
I mean, he's got to be at least 210.
Barely.
Cody sort that one out there. Let you know if we can figure out what the outcome of that, if and how much of an upgrade that's going to afford him. Chris Hellebuck still on top there, as you can see. Chris Beaudrie, big comeback for him during the course of the day. Cody Stahl, Paquette, and all the rest. Running out of time here. These guys got to get it done within the next 30 minutes or so and head to the weigh-in, so things get a little more urgent. St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 on the Mississippi River, La Crosse, Wisconsin. We won't forget this one. What a great day of fishing. All these images brought to you courtesy of Minn Kota, our live coverage sponsor for today. We do appreciate it. What a great opportunity to see one of the unique, you know, it's great just as it is, but there's no place exactly like it either. It's just a really terrific destination to test the best anglers in the world. And that's the way they've stacked up throughout this day of competition, this championship Saturday. Chris Hellebuck on top still, hanging on to the foundation he laid early today, really. He got his work done much earlier than some of his pursuers out there. But,
I mean, I'd say this
is all unofficial. We don't know. I'm not declaring any winners, right? Are you, Brian? Or
No,
are you,
sir.
Brian?
I'm only declaring it if Brian does, so we could both be wrong together.
Whatever y'all say.
I think it's too close to call right now.
Which is fine.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that, Brian.
All right.
See, now you know how we feel. We watch 4 days of coverage. We watch 1 day of coverage, whatever it is live. We see Chris Johnston and Brian Schmidt battling out, and we still don't know until weigh-in, which Dave Mercer loves that because then he gets to, we get the final celebration there.
Once 4 ounces, they could look at the fish and they wouldn't know either.
Right.
Cody Stahl 1 pound back, unofficially, in second place.
And he's starting to get low on time here.
Yeah. For where he is,
For where he is, so he needs. This looks like the place he might have caught that real big one earlier too.
He needs about a 3.5 pounder.
Some of these places don't even look fished like ever. He has taken a good approach, push poling in, not disturbing it, and making a couple good presentations for free. Hoping to sneak up on one.
He had that look this morning in his interview at the takeoff of somebody who was a little bit nervous because he was onto something. That was the message I got from him. He wasn't nervous because he didn't think he was going to catch him. He was nervous because he might could win.
That makes sense, yeah.
When was your winning moment that you realized, hey, I won this elite?
Not until Dave said it on stage.
Really?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yep. And Chris will probably agree. We both really didn't know. You know, you're looking at each other's fish here and there. You're in the back talking a little bit. It was not until then.
And you guys weren't at the tanks. That was a drive-through weigh, and so you kind of had a little distance. It wasn't like I'm going to look at his bag beside me. No, it's like I got to go walk over there to know.
That's a fact. I had a weird feeling though, like mid-morning, the way the fish really showed up there, and it evolved for the better on the 4th day. You start to feel like maybe this is a special day. You know what I mean? When I got back and checked in, I could look at Bass Track. That's when I felt like, unfortunately, it wasn't a good enough day because I think Chris was even leading it on Bass Track.
Yeah.
And my weight was so close to what I had. I'm like, I know he's light. He's got it. Yeah. He's already leading now. And it just turns out that he was exactly what he had, and I had just a little more than mine. And
so you went in thinking you were more accurate, and he was the sandbagger, and you were the sandbagger. He was more accurate.
The W's a W.
Plot twist right at the end.
It was. But I meant to say something earlier. Earlier Chris, Cody's hooked up. Chris threw back 3 fish, because he was worried about them.
Luck on some big ones.
Could be the win. Could be the move that helps him win.
100%.
Even though in the moment it's a direct subtraction, it could be the reason he has a chance to continue to fish right now.
He might come out looking very intelligent about letting those go.
We have had some magic moments during the course of this day. Some great fish catches.
Tommy, I love the Opens. You got guys who own businesses like Matt Adams, former baseball players, former college anglers. Cody Stahl came up through the high school series. Josh Butler's been a pro on other tours and decides to commit to this. Cody Meyer, we know his legacy, and you've got guys who are trying to do their breakthrough like Beaudrie and Hellebuck. You've got former elites like Paquette. Just the Opens is... I would not want to do that for fun. Not
without respect to background, the best are coming together to take it up to the next level.
And then the local sticks. Angler, you got the local guys as well.
We have seen some big-time moves up and down the leaderboard today. We've seen down and back up again, too. A great comeback during the course of this day. All the elements that make for an entertaining day of bass fishing at the high level that we have watched it among these 10 anglers. Congratulations to all of them for making it through from the original 210 to this one. The weigh-in begins at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. So write it down. Don't forget it. They're going to be cranking up very shortly here. And everything will be decided. Thanks for being with us.